Chapter 5. The Yoke Fellow. Quote, "The angels of affliction spread their toils alike for the virtuous and the wicked, for the mighty and the mean." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. "There, at the end of the file," shouted the mounted subaltern in charge. It was 9 o'clock on Monday morning. The mutineers destined for the hulks, drawn up just inside the south gate of Norman Cross, murmured and stared as an officer was marched up to join them, and Raoul swept a hasty glance over the double rank of sullen, reckless faces. He had just learnt that prisoners were handcuffed 2 and 2 upon the march, and as his escort brought him nearer, he beheld his future companion in irons, a big man of 45 or thereabouts, grizzled and not over clean, and with the general stamp of a rogue. A droop of the right eyelid did not improve his appearance. His hairy and unengaging right wrist was already encircled by a handcuff, and near him a soldier was waiting with some keys. "Oh, look sharp now," said the lieutenant impatiently. Raoul took his place by the large man and held out his own chafed wrist without a word. His companion looked down at it curiously. The sergeant hesitated. "Have you got a handkerchief, sir?" he asked in a low tone. Raoul produced it, and the man wrapped it round his wrist. "I should do that all the time, if I were you," he muttered, as the iron snapped into place over it. "Thank you," said Raoul, and gave him a little smile. All he could give in return for the man's humane impulse, for his small store of money had been taken from him after his attempted escape, though he had been told this morning that it would be returned to him on arrival at his destination, and he had not yet received the allowance of 6 pence a day which was made to prisoners on the road for their subsistence. 5 minutes later, marching in double file, the armed escort either side, the officer bringing up the rear on his horse, the string of unfortunates was on the tree-shaded Peterborough road, where, a week ago, Raoul had hoped to find himself in very different circumstances. A few minutes more, and they debouched onto the Great North Road and turned their faces south. There was life and traffic here. It was strange to see it once more, and they had not gone very far upon its excellent surface before a coach passed them laden with passengers. As it drew abreast of the gang and its escort, the horn began fumblingly to bray out the Marseillaise. It was a brutality for which nothing in his English captivity had so far prepared Raoul, and he clenched his hands and swore under his breath. "Quite a pretty attention," remarked his comrade, speaking for the first time in a husky voice. "They don't play it very well, though." "Oh, it is an abominable thing to do," said Raoul between his teeth, as the derisive strains died away in the distance, and nothing was heard for the moment but the dull tramp of more than 80 feet. The man to whom he was handcuffed laughed. "For me, I've heard that air too often to care who plays it. You are too sensitive, Captain. That comes of being an officer. And, speaking of that, I ought to feel honoured to share this with you." He gave the short bit of chain a little shake. "I don't suppose you could return the compliment, though. I'm not exactly a dandy, am I?" "Oh, but I should not feel flattered, even if I were tied up with Soult or Masséna," responded Raoul. "On the other hand, you and I have both fought for the Emperor, and we have both known captivity and misfortune, so there's not much to choose between us." His companion gave a hoarse laugh. "Oh, I've done as little fighting for the Emperor these last years as I could manage," he said, with great frankness. "I deserted twice. Once in Germany, and once in that devil's own country, Portugal. But I don't think the English officer knew that when he picked me out for you, Captain. It was just chance. And I can tell you this, that you're lucky not to be coupled with a sailor, for they don't understand that, and to a soldier, once an officer, always an officer, and they treat a broke parole just as one of themselves. You'll not have to complain of that sort of thing from me, at any rate, mon capitaine." "Oh, thank you for the assurance," returned Raoul rather dryly. "And, in any case, let me tell you that I'm not a broke parole." "What is your name and regiment?" "You'll excuse me, Captain," said the man with a grin, "if, in the circumstances, I don't tell you my regiment. And my name? Well, I'm always called Sarre-Louis. I'm from Lorraine." A little farther, and he was inquiring quite respectfully, and in fact admiringly, about his companion's frustrated escape. And they'd all heard about it, of course, in their caserne. The captain had had hard luck indeed, though not so hard as if the sentry had died. At one time it was reported that he himself was dying from the effect of the blow on the head. Raoul assured him that this had never been the case, and that, though he still had to wear a bandage, the wound was nearly healed. He did not add that to him the chief disadvantage of this adornment, and besides adding to the conspicuousness already conferred upon him by his rank and bright uniform, was that he could not wear his tight-fitting shako, but must march bareheaded for the present. At the village of Stilton they quitted the Great North Road, turning off to the right and making for the Northampton main road through a network of minor roads and lanes. At their first halt, Raoul discovered the composition of the party. There were 32 prisoners, a guard of 8 men, a sergeant and a corporal, and the officer in charge, one Lieutenant Hunter. Besides these, there was the conductor, whose business it was to ride on ahead and make arrangements for the billeting of the men for the night in some barn or outhouse, and to pay them their allowance of 6 pence a day. With such affairs the officer in charge had no concern. His business was to see that no prisoner escaped en route, and he looked as if he would carry out this duty all the more efficiently, and that he plainly had no fancy for journeying to Devonshire in charge of what amounted to a gang of convicts. Yet life at Yaxley must have been monotonous enough. For Raoul, at least, and despite a slow, unhurried progress and frequent halts, Thrapston village on the Northampton road, where they were to spend the night, was not attained any too soon. To a man not long out of bed, it had seemed a portentously lengthy 12 miles, which Sarre-Louis had informed him was the usual day's stage, and indeed, though he did not know it, it had been nearer 15. Raoul had rather liked the narrow lanes, for they seemed to hold out better prospects of escape than the turnpike road, and in one he had seen belated primroses. But, as it happened, they were never afterwards to engage in such byways. At Thrapston they were shepherded into a large barn, which had been engaged for their occupation, and, to Raoul's relief, were unshackled for the night. He had already been speculating as to his reception at the hands of his fellow prisoners when they were removed from the constraint of their guards. Once shut into the great dusky building, they were not allowed a light. He soon discovered what it was to be. They began by exhibiting an ironic and exaggerated respect, which was in itself insulting. Such cries resounded as, "A room for the officer," "Make way for the captain of hussars," "Now, you wretched linesmen and sailors, out of the way, here comes the cavalry," "Or will the general condescend to sit on this here tub?" Raoul declined, and taking as little notice of their facetiousness as might be, went and sat himself down on a heap of turnips in a far corner, and tried to tear his attention away from this stupid mockery into the wonderful thing that had happened to him on Saturday, which, indeed, had been with him ever since, like a sustaining hand. He might be miserable, but he was, unbelievably, blessed as well. As a particularly offensive remark about the honour of officers came to his ears, he told himself that not one of these poor devils who were now trying his temper had a single soul in England to care what became of him. Oh, but he... Once again he was sitting on that bench. Once again he heard her voice, so deeply stirred, felt her agitated hands, and then, miraculously, her lips on his brow, like the kiss of a saint, which he should have received on his knees. For he had no illusions about the feeling which had inspired it. So might Adrienne have kissed him, had she seen him then. But he was recalled from that mental place of refuge to the realization that the disorder in the barn was growing, and that, for the sake of the future, it was time to put a stop to it, if he could. "Oh, look here, my men," he said, suddenly emerging from his dark corner. "Do you imagine that the English sentinels outside are gaining a very favourable idea of what the Emperor's soldiers are like? Because I do not." "Oh, what? Not if they see us in our beautiful new uniforms, you and me, Captain," mockingly inquired a scarecrow figure, lurching up to the young man, and bringing his rags into juxtaposition with his smart silver grey. "We was soldiers once. We ain't even deserters now," growled another voice. "And most of us never was soldiers," observed a privateersman, and added, "Oh, thank God!" on which there was a nascent scuffle. "Oh, at any rate, we are all French here," went on Raoul, making his voice heard with some difficulty. "It is not that I want to claim any superiority over you, or any right to your obedience because I'm an officer, for I'm only, like each of you, a Frenchman in misfortune. How but you brought your misfortune on yourself, Captain, by breaking your parole," put in someone quickly. "Oh, you wasn't in misfortune before that, like us poor devils, for no fault of our own, but living on the fat of the land in a fine house, and free to go where you liked, along of being an officer." Raoul kept his temper. "How am I to persuade you, mes vieux, that I did not break my parole?" "Oh, not very easily," sniggered the same speaker. "For if you didn't, why were you sent to prison?" "Oh, begging your pardon, of course, for the liberty, General." "I was sent there because an enemy bore false witness against me," replied Raoul succinctly. "I will swear that by anything you please. You have therefore no reason for treating me with disrespect, and so giving the English a handle against the Emperor, for that is what you are doing by this behaviour." A voice declared that the Emperor would feel this burden very little, having enough on his hands without it. And then a prisoner of a waggish turn suggested, "Oh, hasn't the captain got a demoiselle? For sure he has, a handsome hussar like him. Let him swear by the white hands of his demoiselle that he is not a broke parole, and I, for one, will believe him." The idea caught the unruly assembly. It seemed an odd and not very suitable way of asserting his position and his innocence, and he had no demoiselle. But surely Miss Forrest, who had been so heavenly kind, would lend him her white hands, and thought. So he swore, thinking of them again as they had touched him, and no doubt he swore with fervour. The shadowy, wolfish crowd acclaimed him, and the same wit who had proposed this ceremony struck up, with bitter and calculated irony, the marching song à la première auberge, and the rest roared out the refrain. Compagnon, dites-moi donc, dites-moi donc, dites-moi donc, si les demoiselles sont belles où nous allons. And then, with an odd mixture of bravado and respect, they asked the captain if he would sing them a soldier's song, just to show that there was no ill will. So Raoul, seated on the tub, sang them, after a moment's thought, the old air, charming and a little wistful, which had floated round the campfires of Louis XIV and many a leaguer since. Au jardin de mon père, les lauriers sont fleuris. Au jardin de mon père, les lauriers sont fleuris. Tous les oiseaux du monde vont y faire leur nid. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. And they took up the chorus till he came to the 7th verse. Dites-nous donc la belle, où donc est votre mari? Dites-nous donc la belle, où donc est votre mari?
Il est dans la Hollande, les Hollandais l'ont pris. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. Il est dans la Hollande, les Hollandais l'ont pris. Il est dans la Hollande, les Hollandais l'ont pris. Que donnerez-vous belle pour avoir votre ami? Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. Que donnerez-vous belle pour avoir votre ami? Que donnerez-vous belle pour avoir votre ami? Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Le tour de Notre-Dame est le cloche de mon pays.
But before he could finish the remaining stanza, someone burst out with a tremendous oath, and Raoul, looking round in surprise, saw that it was his yoke-fellow Sablières, who had taken no part in the previous altercation. "Oh, no more of this, comrades, or one will play the cry-baby. Who wants to be reminded of the clocher de son pays here? Besides, you should remember that a few days ago the captain bayoneted a sentry, which none of us had the pluck or the luck to do, and had his head cut open in doing it. You might give him the chance of getting a little rest and sleep, you ... Agreed, chorused the now quieted audience. We will all go to sleep. And they dispersed at once to divide the straw which had been thrown into the barn for them. And one meek-looking little man with a lisp, who, as Raoul afterward discovered, possessed a most murderous disposition, came up to him with tears in his eyes, and faltered. "Oh, you sing like an angel, mon capitaine." "Ah, my poor wife, at Long de Saulnier, does she ever think of me like that, I wonder?" And 10 minutes later Raoul himself was lying in a corner on a double pile of straw, fenced off from the rest by 2 hen coops and an old trough, which Sablières had discovered and placed in position. The march, however, had tired him so much that for long he could not sleep. And persistently there came into his mind the memory of that winter night before the battle of the Gibora, when he had lain with his men in a barn in Estremadura, much like this. But they were his own men, and the morrow had brought that victorious charge, for his share in which he had been mentioned in the order of the day, had got his promotion, and very nearly the Legion of Honor, too. Now he was merely one of a gang of malefactors going to a living death. On the other side of the hen-coops, Sablières snored like a pig. Another man was cursing steadily in his sleep, and the smell of unwashed humanity and its garments was increasing in volume. But for all that, Raoul's last thought, his last sensation, was of Juliana Forrest and her lips on his brow. And to whatever depth he was henceforward to sink, he would always have that memory, that seal. Although the first day's stage was a long and tiring one, the weather had been cool. But next day, as they tramped along the road to Wellingborough, the sun took to shining with unspring-like intensity, and, in spite of the fact that it was a shady road, Raoul's damaged head soon began to ache. By the close of the next day, when they were nearing Northampton, he had had sufficient experience to warrant the theory that it was always likely to trouble him in heat and sunshine, and could only pray that these might not be his portion too often, for he was determined not to complain, and indeed had not much chance of doing so. The officer in command took no more notice of him than of any other of the prisoners. None of the escort was brutal, but their charges might have been cattle for all the interest that was shown. Sablières the deserter, however, turned out better than Raoul could have believed possible. He never took advantage of his position. he never inflicted on his companion during their hours of enforced intimacy any of the filthy language which he had at his command for others. He made up as good a bed for him every night as was possible, and never tried to share it. In fact, he seemed to have constituted himself a kind of orderly. But he could do nothing to make the weather less hot and thundery, though he displayed a genuine solicitude at its results, and on the 6th night, it was at Chipping Norton in Oxfordshire, stirred up the most fiendish tumult in an endeavour to impose silence on the whole barnful, because his captain had a headache. It almost came to a pitched battle between the marine and the military sections, and when the fracas had subsided, and Saint-Louis, comically crestfallen, came up to Raoul where he lay on some sacks with his hands over his ears, and the latter very nearly cursed him for his misplaced zeal. A burning sun next morning gave promise of an abnormally hot day, and so it proved. And after an hour or two on the road, Raoul, in addition to his usual headache, began to suffer from momentary spells of dizziness. Saint-Louis, in consequence, shoved his elbow under his as a support, which was not very comfortable for either of them, but served to steady the young man when he needed it. The sun got hotter and hotter as they trudged along the high, shadeless road towards Shipton under Wychwood, and Raoul began to fear that he might not hold out till the end of the march, especially as it was rumoured that it was to be a long one. At midday, when they crossed the Evenlode by Shipton, a halt was called, and Raoul and his inseparable companion lay down in the shade of a hedge. Listening to the murmur of the stream, and longing inexpressibly to strip off his hot, dusty clothes and plunge in, Raoul drifted into a doze, from which he was wakened by clumsy fingers spreading something wet and cool on his forehead as he lay there. "Oh, that is delicious," he murmured. "But how did you get it, mon bon?" For, without dragging his comrade with him, Saint-Louis could not have gone to the river brink to soak the linen. "I got a soldier to go," responded the Lorrainer, bending over him. "It is your own handkerchief. Mon capitaine, report yourself now to the officer, and fall out. And you will not be able to go much further, I think. You are as pale as a winding sheet." "No," said Raoul, with his eyes shut. "I'm not going to do that. And how could I fall out? We have to go on somehow, mon vieux, until we arrive." "I fell out once in Portugal before I deserted," observed Saint-Louis, lying down beside him again. "But, my God, that cured me of doing it for a bit." "You got into the hands of the country people, or the guerrillas, I suppose. If so, you're lucky to be alive to tell it." "Agreed," said Saint-Louis. "Since you're indisposed, I will not tell you what they did to my companion. Oh, my faith, every time I thought of it for days afterwards, when I was hiding, I would bring up what little food I had managed to put into my belly. But if one got away here," he went on, musingly, "the country people are not like that devil spawn of Portugal and Spain. No, not at all, I think. Oh, name of a name, is it time to go on again already? Oh, wait, I'll help you up, mon petit capitaine." It was Sunday, and the bells were ringing for afternoon service in the great church of Burford as they came down the hill into the little town. But by the time that they were climbing up the wide, steep street out of it again, other bells seemed to be ringing in Raoul's head also. They had all thought that they were at least going to halt in the old wool trading centre, which, indeed, by mileage, should have been the end of their day's tramp. But, presumably because it was church time, Lieutenant Hunter would not allow it, and they pushed on up the hill, the escort as much discontented as the prisoners. And when they were up, they were ordered to proceed along the turnpike, which made for Northleach and Cheltenham, instead of taking the road which made more directly for Cirencester by way of Aldworth, the officer trusting, apparently, to come upon the turning to this later on, whereas they had already passed it, just outside Burford. Neither Raoul nor Saint-Louis was, naturally, aware of this fact from his own topographical knowledge, which was nil, but the nearest member of the escort, who happened to have observed a signpost, was grumbling under his breath, and Raoul understood the reason only too well. They were going miles out of their way, and would either have to retrace it, or plod along as far as Northleach and then turn south. And the road still went, though less steeply, uphill, and the sun was hotter than ever. Right and left stretched the great Gloucestershire fields, fading into miles of distance. Down on the right, green and inviting, but not for them, was the valley of the Windrush from which they had just ascended. "I will not give in," declared Raoul to himself, but he kept stumbling. "Our head going round again?" inquired Saint-Louis in his husky tones. "I would put an arm round you if I could, and devil knows. Hola, Englishman, cannot you give the officer an arm?" he said over Raoul's head to the grumbling soldier next the latter. "Yes, if he will carry my musket and pack," retorted the militiaman, soured by his geographical presentiments. Saint-Louis shrugged his shoulders, and Raoul set his teeth and half closed his eyes. They passed through a double belt of trees, which was a slight relief, but when they came out into the full glare again, he felt quite sick with vertigo, and his brain seemed to be hammering at his skull. The soldier by his side muttered savagely, and far from encouragingly, "Going on like this all the way to Northleach, I suppose, 8 or 9 mortal miles, before he finds out that we have passed the turn." However, he was saved that test of endurance, for about a quarter of a mile farther on, the young hussar captain by his side suddenly swayed violently and pitched forward in the dust, though his fall was broken by his companion, whom he all but dragged down with him. The end of the column immediately stopped. The officer, looking annoyed, came riding forward from the rear, dismounted, and stooped over the fallen prisoner. "Undo the irons," he said curtly to the sergeant. "How damnable nuisance, this! Where can we get water?" He himself was unfastening Raoul's collar. "There's an inn just ahead, sir," replied the sergeant, preparing to free Saint-Louis, who was kneeling in the road beside his prostrate comrade. "In fact, we're almost there." And no doubt his own thoughts were suddenly gilded with the prospects of another beverage than water. It was true. Although it stood on the highway, the great elms hid the new inn until one was within a few yards of it, but there was no doubt about its presence, low, grey and solid, with attendant barns and orchards behind it. Saint-Louis, now on his feet, signified that he could carry his captain so far. Assisted by the sergeant, he got the insensible Raoul up and over his shoulder, and they moved on again. By the time that the head of the column, with its shuffling or its military step, had come abreast of the new inn, the whole personnel of that establishment was collected outside. Seeing that there was a wide, low wall in front, Saint-Louis carefully deposited his burden thereupon and asked for water, which request was also repeated more intelligibly by English voices. However, the motherly-looking landlady, after one glance at the young man with the bandaged head, lying so limply upon her wall, said to the world in general, "You bring him inside at once, this way, and I'd like to know what you soldiers has been doing to him." And, before the officer at the far end of the throng filling the road could either give or withhold his consent to this move, Saint-Louis had picked up the still unconscious Raoul with surprising ease and celerity, and was following the speaker in. Mistress of the situation, she preceded him through a passage and into a large parlour. "Lay the poor boy there," she said, indicating an enormous sofa under the geranium-filled window. "And, as I say, whatever have they been doing to him? Marion, fetch some brandy." She bent over Raoul and began to rub his hands. "Oh, look at this wrist now." and then, finding the room filling up behind her back. "Now, I don't want all you soldiers in here, thank you. Out you go. What do you suppose the poor fellow can do, laying here like this?" No, Raoul could do nothing, except unintentionally give an opportunity to a very astute philanthropist. By the time it became any one man's business to see what Saint-Louis was about, the Lorrainer was nowhere to be found. The hurly-burly which ensued was the first thing that greeted Raoul when he opened his eyes again, but all the commotion was in vain. The deserter must have slipped out of the room unobserved, left the inn by a back way, raced down through the sloping orchards, and perhaps swum the Windrush at the bottom, and was either lying perdu or running for his life through the lonely Cotswold uplands. It was unlikely that without money or much of the English tongue he would retain his freedom long, but at any rate he had snatched it now, and together with Raoul's only possession of value, his watch. The officer, naturally, was furious over the business. He accused Raoul of having known of the project and feigned collapse in order to get the chain unfastened. Raoul, sitting bewildered on the horsehair sofa, and really more dizzy than before, with a different kind of dizziness, from the quantity of brandy which the kind landlady had poured down his throat, and could only shrug his shoulders. He did not much mind what was said to him, provided only that they did not start along that road in the sun again. Mercifully, they did not. Lieutenant Hunter, who had by now discovered his mistake about the route to Cirencester, and decided to go no farther that day. And, indeed, the 12 miles had already been considerably exceeded. Very ill-temperedly, thinking no doubt of the similar arrangements already made by the conductor along the Aldworth road, he settled with the mistress of the new inn to quarter his charges for the night in one of her barns. Despite her protests, Raoul was removed from the large parlour and the unwonted comfort of its sofa, and committed to the same incarceration. But before this happened, he had unbandaged and bathed his head, and thrust various excellent small pasties upon him. Moreover, the straw in her barn was fresher than he had met of late, and his companions in misfortune were unusually quiet and attentive, considering that he had deserved well for Saint-Louis' escape, some of them indeed believing, like the officer, that the whole thing had been pre-arranged. As for Raoul, he wondered with whom he would be conjoined tomorrow, someone less tolerable, perhaps, than his late partner. Judging from the trend of the conversation, there might even be some competition for the privilege. And then he remembered that they were now an uneven number, 31 in all, and fell asleep trying to divide 31 by 2. And by some strange process succeeding. Chapter 6. Raoul meets the devil in Bridgewater. Quote, "This, at least, is the present reward of virtuous conduct, that no unlucky consequence can oblige us to repent it." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 34. Probably as the result of the longer rest, for it could hardly be attributed to the brandy, Raoul found his head much better next morning, though in body he did not feel very vigorous. No official inquiry was made as to his condition, nor, indeed, had he expected one. But, to his surprise, after all the other couples in the barn had been shackled together, he was marched out alone, led up to the already mounted officer, and fastened by his left wrist with a stout cord to that gentleman's off stirrup. The procession started from the new inn. It was a lovely morning, of a dewy freshness. The road, now level, still ran along the crest of the ridge, and afforded beautiful wide views. Raoul looked at them, hardly thinking about his unusual situation, or the officer whose spurred foot his hand was almost touching. The only thing that mattered was whether he would be able to get through today's march without another faiblesse. Yet, annoyed though he was at collapsing yesterday, it had been beyond his power to prevent it. But that afternoon at Norman Cross. What sort of an idea of a soldier of the Empire had he given Miss Forrest on that occasion? He had ever since been acutely ashamed of his unmanly display, and yet it was possible that but for it he would never have received from her that angelic assurance of compassion. At that moment she had been as Notre Dame de Bon Secours, to whom one might without reproach disclose one's needs. But since that day no man, at any rate, had seen him show the white feather, nor was any man going to. They had gone perhaps a couple of miles in silence, when Lieutenant Hunter said suddenly, "Oh, take hold of the stirrup leather." And as Raoul, surprised, looked up at him, he added, just as abruptly, "Oh, that will help you along, won't it?" "Oh, thank you," said Raoul, and moving his hand a little, gripped the taut thong. Silence descended for another half-mile or so, and then the rider demanded, "Oh, how did you contrive to time your swoon so well yesterday?" "One hardly times those events," replied Raoul with a little frown. "Oh, it was suspiciously near the inn, however. If that ruffian had not carried you in there, he would never have got away." "I knew nothing of any inn," replied Raoul briefly. "I went on as long as I could, that is all." "We have a long march before us today," was the next observation. "Oh, I assure you that I shall not fall out again if I can help it," responded the tethered young man. And then he added politely, "This stirrup leather will be a great assistance to me." The officer said nothing, and Raoul returned to his reflections. The lieutenant could hardly continue to believe in his collusion with Saint-Louis if he were to tell him, which he did not mean to do, of the episode of his watch, the absence of which he himself had not discovered till this morning. Yet, after the first shock of disgust, he could almost wish the thief luck of it, for his compassion had been as genuine as his opportunism, and, as the English said, one could not make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. But the loss was more than pecuniary and inconvenient, for the watch had been his father's. What would his father say if he could see him now, tied up to an enemy's saddle? And probably that it was the fitting reward for serving a parvenu like Bonaparte. And pauvre père, he would be terribly upset. Luckily he could not see. He believed his son to be in prison, it was true, but only because the privilege of parole had been temporarily withdrawn for a time, a fiction which Raoul had hoped his family would not discover to be such. Of his latest misfortune they were as yet ignorant. He supposed it would have to be broken to them somehow. Here the saddle above him gave a creak. He felt fingers about his wrist, and, turning his head, found that the officer was stooping. "The cord is not loose, not at all," remarked the prisoner. "I was feeling if it were not, on the contrary, too tight," responded the rider, as curtly as ever. "Were you in irons at Norman Cross before you started?" "Yes, for 3 days." "Oh, I thought so. Why is your hand bleeding now?" Raoul looked at it. "From my own carelessness, I expect. I must have scratched it against your spur." "I'm sorry," said the officer with extreme brevity, and the conversation dropped once more. On the whole, Raoul did not regret this. He could better devote his energies to the business in hand, getting to Cirencester. He certainly did not regret that he had the stirrup leather. Northleach at last, and a halt. The officer dismounted and went into the inn yard, while Raoul hastily threw his arm over the saddle and, leaning against the horse, stared very hard at the fine old church in front of him, round whose pinnacled tower the Swifts were holding their aerial games.
Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Je donnerai Versailles, Paris et Saint-Denis. Le tour de Notre-Dame et les cloches de mon pays. Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Auprès Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir.
The officer came out again, followed by an ostler leading a saddle horse. "I'm going to mount you as far as Cirencester," he said shortly to Raoul, and began untying the cord. "You are very kind, sir," said the young man, greatly surprised. "But, though I would willingly do so, I've no money to pay for the hire of a horse." "The Transport Board must do that," replied the lieutenant, "if they give me men to conduct who are not fit to march." And Raoul got up, thankful for the indulgence, whatever were the officer's motive in granting it. He had not been across a horse since the day of Salamanca, when his own beloved Bayard had been killed under him. He was not now allowed the reins, and the cord, still round his wrist, was in the grasp of the soldier who had control of these. But in this manner he voyaged comfortably enough along the Fosse Way, the cortege having turned south for Cirencester just beyond Northleach. Prisoners and escort alike were tired when they got there, and Raoul felt rather ashamed of the privilege of being mounted. One or two remarks of no kindly nature were indeed made about it that night in the stables of the inn where they were quartered. Next morning, therefore, he got hold of the sergeant when he entered to put on the fetters of the rest, and said that if the officers were thinking of procuring a horse for him that day, he was deeply grateful, but that as he was now quite recovered, he would prefer to go on foot like the others. So he was once more attached to Lieutenant Hunter's stirrup, but as this operation was carried through, not outside a lonely inn, but in the middle of busy Cirencester, it attracted some attention and comment. The officer's brow was like thunder, and Raoul himself did not much relish the publicity of it. And the charger, and possibly too well supplied with corn in that hunting centre, was unusually mettlesome after they had started, which, though it occasioned no particular disturbance to his rider, was once or twice distinctly uncomfortable for the prisoner, and a shade ignominious as well. He was obliged to hold tightly to the stirrup leather to prevent sudden drags of the cord upon his wrist. "Be quiet, you brute!" exclaimed Lieutenant Hunter in extreme exasperation, as a wilder plunge almost took Raoul off his feet. "I'll teach you to play the circus horse." And by a very liberal use of the curb, he did succeed in subduing his steed, so that by the time they were out of Cirencester, the animal's behaviour had become normal again. But his rider's temper had not. "What is the thrice damned nuisance, having you strung on to me like this?" he observed angrily to Raoul, as though it were an arrangement forced on him by the latter. And Raoul was moved to retort dryly that it was no source of enjoyment to him either. And then, after a quarter of an hour's complete silence, Mr. Hunter electrified him by saying abruptly, "I suppose you gave me your parole of honour and marched free." "My parole!" exclaimed Raoul. A slow flush burnt his face. "Would you take it? I'm supposed to have broken it once." "I know that," snapped the officer. "No, I've no right to take it, and if you break it, I shall get into the deuce of a mess. Perhaps that consideration might have some slight weight with you." "No, not in the least," was the young Frenchman's unexpected reply. "My parole, once given, does not depend on considerations." Lieutenant Hunter looked down at him, and then gave a short laugh. "Upon my soul, if you really have those sentiments, then—" Raoul reflected. Tied up or chained up, he had no more chance of escaping than if he were inexorably bound by his word, and by one method or the other he must, obviously, be secured. Moreover, he had never seriously contemplated an attempt to escape during the day, surrounded as he was by an armed escort, and clad in his very noticeable uniform. But he still hoped that there might come a night. "I will give you my word of honour to make no attempt to escape on the march," he said. "Ah, you intend to make off during the night, then?" "I don't say so," replied Raoul. "But I do say that if you also require my parole for those hours when we are all unfettered, you're putting too high a price on the privilege you offer. I will give you my promise for the daytime, and thank you for the courtesy, but otherwise I must refuse it." "Well, I suppose I must be content with that," said the lieutenant. "You definitely engage, then, to make no attempt to escape during the day on the march." "I give you my most solemn word of honour not to do so," replied Raoul, looking straight up at him. "Very good," said Mr. Hunter, and lost no time in acting on this assurance. He withdrew his foot from the stirrup, pulled up the iron, and cut the cord with a penknife. "At the next halt I will tell the sergeant about you, and you may march where you please in the column. For the present, however, you had better stay here." Raoul thanked him. He was puzzled by this treatment. He had made not the slightest attempt to work on the officer's feelings, and after the affair of Saint-Louis had been fully prepared for harsh dealing. Nor did the lieutenant's manner to him suggest leniency. Yet first he had procured him a horse, and now was extending to him an indulgence that Raoul had never dreamt of, and which might very well get its originator into trouble if it ever came to be known. He concluded that Mr. Hunter must dislike his society so much that he was willing to go to any lengths to be rid of it. Yet surely, in that case, he could have had him tied up to one of the escort, since regulations declared that he had lost his status as an officer. "You're welcome to my stirrup leather still, if you wish," said the object of his surmises presently, and Raoul, thanking him, took it again, not wishing to appear churlish. And now that Mr. Hunter no longer had him on the end of a string, he seemed to have a weight off his mind also, and became a little more talkative. For the first time addressed him as captain, inquired about his military experiences in the peninsula, and expressed regret that he himself had not seen service there. That day's stage and the next were designedly short ones, and this fact, together with his having had a mount and the absence of hot sun, worked a remarkable change in Raoul's physical condition. He was no longer giddy, nor did his head ache. Indeed, he was soon feeling positive benefit from the open air and the exercise which had been denied him at Norman Cross. But all the while he and his companions were proceeding steadily nearer to their doom. At Chilcompton, 8 men made a determined effort to escape after dark. Raoul, as it happened, knew nothing of this design. In thinking it over afterwards, he suspected that they had been careful to keep it from him. For since he had been paroled, they had shown a certain jealousy and suspicion of him, though they had never been openly disrespectful after the first night at Thrapston. But the attempt was frustrated, and one of the fugitives slightly wounded. Raoul himself still cherished the idea of escape during the night, but he intended his attempt, when he made it, to be successful, and so far he had seen no really good opening. He was mentally hampered as well by a perfectly illogical feeling that his escape would be a poor return for Lieutenant Hunter's indulgence. He knew that this was a ridiculous scruple, yet he almost wished, sometimes, that he had not accepted his offer. But the days went on. Bath, Wells, Glastonbury were behind the Pilgrims, and soon they would be in Devonshire itself, and the picture of the hulks began to loom more and more blackly. Raoul was not going tamely to them without one final throw for liberty, whatever it cost, when the chance came. It did come on the 15th day, but not as he had expected. They had just marched through Bridgewater, and were going to make their prolonged midday halt about half a mile on the farther side of the town, when Raoul, discovering that he had lost his one remaining pocket-handkerchief, asked the lieutenant if he might go back into Bridgewater and buy one. Mr. Hunter readily gave him permission, warning him, however, to be back in 3/4 of an hour, and Raoul walked off, unescorted, as in the days of Wanfield, which now seemed so remote. Merely for the pleasure of feeling free to do so, he spent some time in the little linen-draper's shop, although they were out of pocket-handkerchiefs. "You're a furriner, surely. observed the apple-cheeked old Somerset woman, looking at his uniform, and Raoul admitted it. "And where be gwine to?" she asked, evidently not having been among the inhabitants who had turned out to witness the passage of the gang a little before. "To the hulks, mother," replied Raoul. "I am a French prisoner." The old lady lifted up her hands and exclaimed in horror, "Oh, my dear soul! You, so comely as you be, to one of they terrible places! Jan, Jan, do we hear that?" she called out to someone behind, and Raoul had a momentary glimpse of a bearded man in a jersey before he bade her farewell and left the little shop. He had still, he saw by a clock, plenty of time, and strolled about the town a little, not unnoticed by various small boys. Just by an old inn whose carving interested him, he felt a touch on his arm, and turning, saw the bearded man of the linen-draper's shop, with a companion of the same type. "Us do want a word with 'ee, sir," he said, in a low voice, and impelled by curiosity, Raoul went with them a little way up the alley at the side of the hostelry. "Us do belong to Minehead, sir," continued the bearded one, "and our boat be here to the quay, and with tide gwine down and wind astern. And 'tis only a matter of 5 mile down the Parrot any day." "The Parrot? 5 miles? What on earth do you mean?" asked Raoul, bewildered. The bearded Jan approached still nearer. He smelled of ropes, tar, and a little of fish. "Bain't he French officer, and don't he want a boat to the coast, and no questions asked, lying snug under a spare sail?" His eyes twinkled suggestively. Raoul stared at him as if he were the serpent compounded with Eve. I can't," he said slowly, turning rather pale. "I've given my word not to escape." "Then the more fool you, asking your pardon," observed the other man. "Oh, come now," said Jan coaxingly. "Once you'm out of they crazy clothes, and we a jersey on your back, who's to say a word to 'ee between here and Bridgewater Bay? And once in the Bristol Channel, speaking the tongue so easy like, you've but to work round the coast in a fishing smack or two, and in Mounts Bay, full of smugglers 'tis, you takes—" "No, no," said Raoul, backing away from the siren, on which the other took up the tale. "Is it money, sir? Us can see you'm a gentleman, and us would trust thee till such time as—" "For God's sake, don't tempt me like this!" cried poor Raoul, and pushing him off, literally ran out of the alley, and made as fast as he could along the street, so fast that a spectator might have thought he was really absconding. And then he remembered that he had not bought his handkerchiefs. He went into another linen-draper's, where he had to wait before he could be served, so that, when at last he came in sight of the encampment by the roadside, he saw signs of activity, and deduced that he had exceeded the time allotted to him. He quickened his steps once more. A boat, the river, the Bristol Channel, only 5 miles away. Oh, if only he could! If only he could! It was a cruel vision, and he felt that it was going to haunt him. He came up to the group in the road, but his head was too full of where he might have been to observe the expression on the face of the sergeant as he called out to Mr. Hunter, already in the saddle. "Here he is, sir." "Oh, am I late, sir?" inquired Raoul. "I'm extremely sorry." And then, like a thunderclap, comprehension came to him. They were surprised to see him at all. "I understood that you had accepted my parole," he said in a hard voice, looking very straight at the young man on the horse. Yes, that is— Oh, damn it, there's been some misunderstanding," stammered Mr. Hunter. "Fall in," he said sharply to the men, and then swung off his horse and approached the Frenchman where he stood stiffly in the road, clutching his little parcel rather tightly. "You must forgive me, but I thought— And when I heard that you had been seen talking to a couple of sailors—" "You sent a spy after me, then?" "I told the sergeant to follow you." "Oh, put yourself in my place, de Sablières," cried Lieutenant Hunter, now thoroughly shaken. I know very little of you. I ought not to have made this arrangement about parole. And when you had gone, it appeared to me that you had created this opportunity for yourself rather too neatly. I felt what a thundering fool I had been. And when the sergeant came back and reported that you had given him the slip, but that someone had seen you in conversation with 2 fishermen, I thought the temptation had been too much for you." "Well, it was, nearly," admitted Raoul, a queer little smile creeping round his mouth. "You see, it was so unexpected. For my errand, I assure you, was quite genuine, and I'd no idea that I was going to meet the devil in Bridgewater." "You mean you had the chance of getting away?" "Oh, since you ask, yes. I suppose I might already be sailing down the river with a curious name, by invitation. But, of course, it was not possible. I'm sorry if I've delayed you." "Will you accept my most profound apologies?" asked Mr. Hunter, studying the road with a noticeable increase of colour on his countenance. "I shall know better next time." And raising his eyes, he drew himself up, and saluted his prisoner as he might have done Lord Wellington himself. Chapter 7. No Escape. Quote, "His wish still continued, but his hope grew less. He determined to keep his design always in view, and lay hold on any expedient that time should offer." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 5. It was with their arrival at Exeter on the 17th day that Raoul realized with a shock that he had only 3 nights left. He must make his dash for liberty within that space, or never make it at all. And he could only seize flying chance by the skirts, since to plan anything beforehand was impossible when he knew nothing of the country, nor where the conductor would lodge them each night. The first night after leaving Exeter, they lay at Chudleigh, where circumstances were unfavourable; the second at Buckfastleigh, where they were even less propitious. Next morning Raoul told himself desperately that he must make his attempt that night, wherever they were to be confined. If only it might be, as it often had been, some ramshackle and deserted barn. But their place of temporary confinement turned out to be exceedingly unlike this desired haven, for, to Raoul's surprise, it was a church, standing in a graveyard in the middle of a little town. It appeared that there was no other building in the place capable of containing them with safety, and the conductor had, rather rashly, Raoul thought, guaranteed that no harm should be done to monuments or furniture. The men laughed as they were shepherded into this unfamiliar kind of barracks, and most of them set to work to explore its possibilities. A few proposed breaking down some of the pews and making a fire in the aisle to dry their damp clothing, for it had been a rainy day, and were deterred from this project much less by Raoul's remonstrances than by the discovery that there was no reliable tinder-box to be had. So, after one of them had delivered a short and ribald discourse from the 3-tiered pulpit, and several had scrawled their names, as well as they could see to do it, in the gloom, on the mural tablets, they settled down for the night in the capacious pews. But Raoul still wandered round the walls, a grey shadow amid the greyness, feeling, tapping, shaking when there was anything to shake. The others, talking or snoring, took no notice of him, save once to shout a suggestion that he was sleepwalking, and so, when he felt his way into the small square bell tower which stood like an alcove at the end of the church, he passed from their remembrance as well. It was not probable that there would be any separate exit to this place. Nevertheless, he pursued his slow and methodical voyage round its walls. If there were one, it would be like all the other doors, solid and solidly fastened. Oh, Sainte Vierge! There was one! His exploring fingers had suddenly come on wood instead of stone. A door, a small door. But a fastened door, of course. There was a lock, but no key. Higher up, as he had already felt, there was a latch, and half mechanically his hand went back to it. It was stiff, and had remained lifted. For what reason Raoul did not know. He took hold of it with both hands to pull it down again, and incontinently felt the door tremble with a slight pressure on it, as an unfastened door might tremble. Impossible. But he pulled harder, towards him, and with only a little reluctance the door followed the pull. It was not fastened. The sweat started out on the explorer as he stood there, the fingers of his left hand stealing round the edge of the little door, and the others still on the latch. Now, was he going to share his discovery with the men in the church? No, it would be madness, for they would all troop out instantly, reckless as they were, and be shot down by the sentries outside. On the other hand, ought he to monopolize this startling opportunity? At any rate, he would not summon the others yet. He would slip through and reconnoitre first. The next moment he had done so, and was moving cautiously along the outer wall of the church, his heart beating almost to suffocation. He had known that he should find no moon, but for all that, it was much lighter outside than he had realized, disconcertingly light. Every tombstone was more or less visible, and he certainly would be. He stopped. It would be better to return to the church and wait a little. Too late. Here was a sentry coming round the bell tower. He was already between him and the little door. Raoul slipped past the next buttress, and then dropped to his hands and knees and crawled, and thus progressing among the tombs, this time at right angles to the building, had the satisfaction of getting almost to the cover afforded by a large upstanding family monument, when, without the slightest warning, a bullet splintered into it just ahead of him, knocking chips of stone in all directions. Most disagreeably surprised and startled, and paying no heed to the belated shout of "Halt, or I fire," which now reached his ears, the fugitive then took the perilous course of springing to his feet and running. In another locality, the course might have been a sound one, but a graveyard is no place for a twilight sprint, and so Raoul found. Before he could pick himself up from the flat tombstone over which he had tripped and fallen headlong, a sentry was on him, his hands at his throat, and in an incredibly short time was joined by another as zealous as himself. Indeed, the vigorous fight which the recaptured prisoner put up was less for liberty than to save himself from strangulation. In the end, breathless, dishevelled, bruised, and generally rather limp, he was taken back through the little tower door, which had meanwhile been discovered and guarded, and thrown into one of the high, roomy pews. Shouts, shot, and re-entry had roused the rest of the prisoners to excitement, which the soldiers, cursing the author of it, had now to quell. In the middle of the turmoil arrived Mr. Hunter, at whose advent it somewhat died down. He had ordered the little door to be nailed up from the outside, and the noise of hammering was already resounding when he unexpectedly appeared at the door of Raoul's residence, with a lantern-bearing orderly behind him. So unexpectedly, indeed, that he took its occupant by surprise, and found him still rather dazed and breathless, sitting in a corner with disordered hair and dabbing at a graze on his temple. "Are you hurt, de Sablières?" he inquired in an unemotional voice. Raoul instantly put away his handkerchief and rose to his feet. "Only my clothes, sir. I've no complaint to make." The officer surveyed him for a second in the light of the lifted lantern. Some of the scarlet frogs had indeed been wrenched away from the breast of the grey dolman, and the high military collar was gaping after its departed hooks, while the red and white sash round his waist, some of its twisted strands broken and hanging down, was several inches away from the locality prescribed by the imperial regulations. "Did anyone outside tell you about that door, or help you in any way?" "No one, sir. I came on it almost by chance." "Very good," said Lieutenant Hunter, and withdrew. And 5 minutes later, When lanterns and clattering boots had gone, the church settled down to almost its usual nocturnal silence. Aching and horribly disappointed, Raoul stretched himself out on the wide seat of the pew, with his head on a moth-eaten hassock. The high wooden walls of his retreat gave him such privacy as he had not known since he left Wanfield, and such as he certainly would not know tomorrow night. And finally he slept, undisturbed by the mice which ran over his legs. Opinions were freely expressed in the church next morning that the captain, after last night's exploit, would not be allowed to march free for this, the last day's journey. Even Raoul himself felt a little doubtful. But no, he was not to have any slur cast on his word now. Mr. Hunter made no reference to the occurrence, nor indeed did any conversation pass between them. Raoul walked in his usual place, unfettered and rather dishevelled. It was raining slightly when they crossed the Erm, more heavily when they came to the Yelm, and Raoul pulled his pelisse over his shoulders. One more of these beautiful free-falling rivers that Dartmoor sent as a message to the sea, and they would be in Plymouth. But before they crossed the Meavy, they halted for the last time, in a spot being chosen, for the sake of shelter, where the road ran through a tiny wood. The rain, however, had ceased now, though the trees were dripping, and the air was hot and steamy. Raoul sat down at a distance from the rest on a fallen trunk. He was conscious of every leaf of his surroundings, for something warned him how often he would think of this day, and long for a road, even in the rain. He who had made such a poor use of last night's great opportunity, who could not bring off a successful escape, even when le bon Dieu had left a door open for him. As he sat there, his eyes fixed on some narrow ribbons of leaves, shining with wet and exultantly green, which poured themselves forth from between two mossy stones near him, he was suddenly aware of Lieutenant Hunter's presence. "Oh, don't get up," said the Englishman abruptly. "I want to speak to you." He sat down beside him on the tree, and then said nothing. It was Raoul who broke the silence. "What do you call that plant in English?" he asked, pointing. "Hart's tongue fern. A tongue of a deer, you know." "I thought we had better say good-bye now to Sablières, while we have the chance." Raoul looked at him. "It is very good of you to say it at all, after last night. I'm sorry I put you to all that trouble. I hope at least that you'd not gone to bed." "No," said Mr. Hunter. "I shall always remember you, and your consideration, sir," went on Raoul warmly. After all, it seemed to be he who was doing the leave-taking. "There was not much of that shown you last night, I'm afraid," muttered Mr. Hunter, with an eye on his prisoner's uniform. "I can't help wishing—" and there he stopped. "And that I'd never found that little door of mine," supplied Raoul, and looked at him with almost a twinkle in his eye. But Mr. Hunter, with his teeth in his lip, was mutely studying the wet grass between his boots. After a moment he took up the riding-switch, which lay across his knees, and began to examine that in its turn with close attention. "You do not need to assure me, de Sablières," he said indistinctly, "that, whatever people say, you never broke your parole before you were sent to Norman Cross. I don't mind telling you that your behaviour at Bridgewater has given me a better opinion of the French officer in that respect than I've ever had before." "Well, you could not give me a handsomer valediction than that," said Raoul, smiling. And apparently it was Mr. Hunter's valediction, for he now got up, and Raoul did the same. "You said the other day that you had someone working for your release, I think. I can heartily say that I wish him success." "Thank you," returned Raoul pleasantly. "I also naturally wish him the same." Still Mr. Hunter lingered, switching rather savagely at the hart's-tongue fern. "Oh, don't do that!" exclaimed Raoul impulsively. "You see, it will be there tomorrow." Shooting a rather perplexed glance at him, Mr. Hunter desisted. "You make me wish that I could give you back what you gave me that day near Cirencester," he said, colouring in a curious and, as it were, reluctant fashion. "I mean, without the alternative. But it is too late now." Raoul was startled in his turn, and touched as well. "It would always have been too late, Lieutenant," he replied. "A poor return, too, and that would have been for your kindness." "Well, whether your friend succeeds or no, de Sablières, I should like to know when you leave the prison ship. It would be some compensation to me for having to take you there. Address me at Norman Cross, if you think it worth the trouble. Goodbye." He shook hands and walked towards his horse, and a few minutes later the whole convoy was once more in motion. Over the Meavy, through the streets of Plymouth, with their sailors and their slatterns, and now in heavily falling rain. If only this, the last stage of the 3 weeks' pilgrimage, could have been prolonged a little. The hapless wayfarers did their best to spin it out. They lagged, and had to be admonished. To Raoul, that march through the breadth of Plymouth was like being in the grip of a gigantic hand, which slowly tightened and tightened. At last they were come to the end of solid ground, for they were in a dockyard on a quay where a guard of marines from the hulks was already awaiting them. The conductor was with these, and he and Lieutenant Hunter formally made over their unhappy charges to the lieutenant in command of this party. "Why is that man loose?" demanded the latter, pointing to Raoul. "Because he is an officer, and I allowed him his parole, which he has most faithfully observed," replied Mr. Hunter. "You must know, sir, that there are no officers, and consequently no parole, here," was the angry retort. "I'm to have him jumping out of the boat, I suppose. Tie him up at once." And in the twinkling of an eye Raoul found his hands secured with naval thoroughness, behind his back this time. He tried to catch Lieutenant Hunter's eye and smile, but the soldier, cursing under his breath, would not look at him. Soon they were being tumbled into the pinnace, which was waiting alongside on the grey waters of the Hamouse. The crew bent to their oars. The quay receded. Raoul kept himself from looking where they were going, for indeed the impulse was strong on him to leap, bound as he was, into those unfriendly waters. To keep it down, he tried, not for the first time, to make himself believe that on arrival at the prison ship he should find awaiting him an order from the transport board for his restoration to parole, and that he should set foot on the hulk only to leave it again. 3 weeks was long enough, surely, for some step to have been taken. Lord Falgrave was a peer, a privy councillor, he had heard, and he himself an innocent man. But when at last he lifted his eyes and had his first sight of the hulks, lying out in mid-stream like a string of giant blots on the water, his heart died within him. It was hard to believe that any good fortune could be waiting in those black sarcophagi. Yet every one of them had been in the past one of the most beautiful things that man has ever made, and the nearest to a living being. A full-rigged ship, splendid in majesty and motion. Now stripped, dismasted, like birds without wings, or trees demolished by the axe, they were not only lifeless, but degraded, even less honourable in their immobility than the slave brig buffeted by the rollers of the Guinea coast. Except for some slight difference in size, a horrible uniformity reigned in these floating prisons, moored each behind the other for mutual surveillance. Each had a couple of jury masts with 1 yard. Round each, nearly at the level of the water, ran a gallery for the sentries. In each, the boats were all drawn up save one, secured to the raft at the foot of the accommodation ladder by an iron chain. The pinnace's crew took her to the third of the hulks. It was, so Raoul found later, the Ganges. They were herded out of the boat. He went up the last of all, so hustled by the impatient marine behind him that, pinioned as he was, he almost fell. and as he mounted the ladder he knew in every fibre of him, that there was no order of release here. For a second he looked up with hungry eyes at the gull sailing effortless overhead, ere he stumbled on to the dark deck which opened before him. 3/4 of an hour later, deprived of his uniform, and clothed in a hideous and ill-fitting orange-yellow garb, branded with a great T and O of the Transport Office, an ignominy which he had never anticipated, Raoul de Sablières stood in the lower battery of the Ganges, gazing, with a sick horror, through an atmosphere in which he could scarcely breathe, at its half-starved and half-naked population. The battery was only about 30 feet by 40. It was so low that a tall man could not stand upright, and the only light and air came from a dozen or so small ports, about 18 inches square. In this space, furnished only with a bench running round it, and 4 in the middle, were penned between 300 and 400 beings in various stages of misery, disease, and degradation, his future companions. It was the hour for a meal, and the hungry inmates of this inferno were clustered into groups round some great iron pots, into which, like a pack of savages, they were ravenously dipping their tin cups, or even their hands. Of knife or spoon there was not a trace anywhere. Well, he would starve rather than do that in their company. And as he stood there half stupefied with the clamour, watching the throng of evil faces, some of which, no doubt, had, when their owners first entered this place, been as unbranded as his own, Raoul felt as a drowning man may feel, whose fingers can no longer grip the spar which has kept him afloat. It would be profanation to think of Juliana Forrest here. He had better forget her. That pure kiss of hers, which he still carried, would wither in this atmosphere, for here, one could feel it instantly, was not misery merely, but depravity. A hand touched him on the arm, and, looking round, he saw an elderly man clothed in nothing but a pair of old breeches. "A new arrival, I take it," he observed in a voice which retained traces of education. "Does not the look of this soup make your mouth water? Tomorrow we shall have dried fish that has been going the round for months, because, since even we cannot eat it, we sell it back to the contractor again. But you, those clothes are new. You can stake them for a great deal, and have you not a watch or some trinkets or other? I'll play you for your watch." His hand shook on Raoul's arm. It was here as in the prisons, and then. The unhappy creatures gambled away their very rags, the very bread, out of their mouths. But before Raoul could make any reply, he was seized by the other arm, and the face of a damned soul, yellow and leering, was looking into his. "Ah, another recruit," it chuckled. "And where, my fine fellow, do you think you're going to sling your hammock tonight?" "By a scuttle, if I'm to be alive in the morning," answered the young man, half choked already. "Oh, I dare say. Places near the scuttles are all taken. You—" The leer became more pronounced. "But for money, for a great deal of money." "I have no money," said Raoul. "Then you can sling your hammock in hell for all I care," snarled the purveyor of breathing spaces, and, aiming an ineffectual kick at him, turned away. It was, indeed, where Raoul slung it, and where he lay all night gasping and thinking, sometimes saying to himself, "Oh God, how am I going to endure this? How can I?" Part 3. The Making of a Wildcat. Chapter 1. Tight Shoes. Quote, "You shall be willingly supplied with such conveniences for the night as this cavern will afford." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 21. On the edge of the road, which runs from Taunton in South Devon down to the little port of Stowey, there was growing in the summer of 1813 a certain gigantic elm, larger and more stately than its fellows. For some 200 years it had duly thrown its quota of shade over the heads of the travellers and country folk who passed below it, though but few of these had been conscious of its separate identity. The sudden death of this tree, however, was to attract more attention than its long and serviceable life had ever done. For on the evening of the 11th of August in that year, a windy but not excessively windy day, the cables which for so long had moored the great elm to the soil were snapped without warning, as is the way with its kind, and with a vast crashing and rending it fell, and, since the hour was too far advanced to begin sawing operations, lay where it fell, presenting an impassable barrier to all vehicles on the Stowey road, and a pleasing test of gymnastic ability to the young of the nearest cottages. By them, the day the great elm blowed down would be agreeably remembered, and Captain Hervey Barrington, R.N., of Fairhaven, Stowey, was to remember it also. He was at this moment one of the descending passengers of the stage-coach plying twice a day between Stowey and Taunton, which conveyance, having received no previous warning of the downfall of the elm, had just come to a rather indignant standstill before the prostrate giant, and this at 7 in the evening. Some of its occupants, indeed all who had any baggage worth mentioning, were favouring the alternative of returning in the coach to Taunton and spending the night there. But Captain Barrington, who had only been to that little town for the day on business, was not encumbered in this way, nor did a 3-mile walk in the least dismay him. Very soon the bulk of the great elm, sprawling like Goliath across the road, was exercising, not without laughter, the returning Stoweyites, farmers or well-to-do fishermen for the most part. Us'll have to climb in, for sure, or creep on our bellies beneath un. But Captain Barrington surveyed the noble tree with a tinge of regret, and was meanwhile conscious of the voice of the guard behind him, addressing someone still in the coach. "I shouldn't advise you to go on to Stowey to-night, miss. A matter of 3 or 4 miles it is. Why not go back with us as far as Taunton? If so be as you couldn't get a room to yourself at the Lion, you'd get a bed to yourself for sure." The only person in the coach who could be addressed as Miss was a girl in grey, already there when Captain Barrington had entered it at Taunton, a girl to whom his attention had subsequently been drawn, indifferent though he was to the sex, mainly because she seemed so desirous of attracting none, sitting very demurely in her corner, her face almost invisible under the gauze veil depending from the front of her small poke bonnet. But he had quite forgotten about her again, till now he heard her reply hastily, "No, thank you, I must go on to Stowey." The slight foreign accent piqued Captain Barrington's curiosity sufficiently to cause him to turn his head, and thus he got a glimpse of the speaker where she stood, above his level, at the top of the steps, looking down at the guard outside. She had put back her veil, and her face was more clearly revealed now. Handsome, striking even, rather than beautiful, a little hollow in the cheeks, where burnt a somewhat hectic colour, but not timid like her demeanour, not shrinking. And he wondered for a moment who she could be, just possibly a member of some French royalist household. "Very well, miss," said the guard. "I dare say some gentleman going to Stowey will carry your valise for you. And, as for company, there's Mrs. Stratton, as lives at Stowey. She've started already, if so be she've got past that old toad of a tree." "Thank you," said the girl again, and still, as it seemed to Hervey, hurriedly. "I will not trouble anybody. My little valise is not heavy, and no doubt I shall overtake this lady." She descended, helped by the solicitous guard, Captain Barrington having moved away for fear of alarming her with proffered attentions. Better to leave her to Mrs. Stratton. Moreover, at this moment he happened to inquire from a rustic standing by what steps were going to be taken to ensure that no chaise or horseman should collide with a fallen tree after dark. None that the rustic knew of. "Oh, what, you're going to leave a wreck in the fairway without buoying it?" exclaimed Captain Barrington indignantly. "Oh, not with my consent." Striding off to the nearest farm, he soon returned with Farmer Cadman and half a dozen lanterns, and it was not till he had seen them lighted and strung on either side of the obstacle that he himself set off on his homeward way. At present on half pay, and likely, for all that promotion had come rapidly to him, so to remain, owing to a mishap at sea for which he was not responsible, Captain Barrington, a bachelor, lived in a comfortable house by the river, about a mile on the hither side of Stowey, looked after by an excellent and commanding housekeeper and her husband, who had been his coxswain. For though Captain Barrington's spinster sister, a good 18 years older than himself, he was 41, also dwelt near Stowey, the two had never joined their domestic forces, though the theory was that they were going to do it some day. Perhaps they secretly knew that they were at heart too dissimilar for such an arrangement ever to be successful, that Hervey was too set in his ways, and Miss Lavinia too free with her tongue, and too much of a quiz. But they were very good friends, and each had a room assigned and always ready for occupation in the other's house. In fact, Miss Lavinia was arriving this very evening at Fairhaven to spend a couple of days there en route to Exeter. For all her teasing tongue, nobody understood better than Miss Barrington how his inactivity fretted her brother, how savage was the resentment at the injustice which had laid him aside in time of war for a blunder which was not his. The wound went too deep to be often handled, but it stung always. It was stinging now, as Hervey Barrington walked along in the soft Devonshire twilight. He had the road to himself, for the business with the tree had delayed him by quite 20 minutes, and all the other wayfarers were a mile or so ahead of him by this time. All but one, that is, for as he turned a corner he saw dimly, some 40 yards ahead, the figure of a woman carrying something, and it looked like that of the foreign girl. She was walking with a limp, and at sight of her, Captain Barrington's curiosity was revived. Even if she were lame, how had she contrived to spend so much time covering so little ground, and to have lagged so far behind everyone else? Had she stayed behind on purpose? Well, she had already struck him as wishing to avoid notice, but it was strange that at so late an hour she had not preferred to avail herself of company on the road, not to speak of someone to carry her valise. And, despite the limp, she was not walking so slowly as to have been unable to keep up with stout Mrs. Stratton, for instance. At his present pace, Hervey could not avoid overtaking her in a moment or two, and he should then feel bound to offer her his escort, whether she wanted it or no. It was not fitting for a young woman, a stranger, to be on a lonely road by herself at this time of day. Before he was up to her, the foreigner had heard his footfalls and half glanced round, quickening her pace a little. But in another 30 seconds he was level with her. "Madam," he said, raising his hat, "it is not right that you should carry that baggage of yours. I beg you to allow me to do it for you." The girl did not stop. She walked on with a limp, and said, as if she meant it, "Oh, sir, you are very kind, but no, it is not necessary. The valise is truly very light." "Oh, but you are walking with difficulty already. You are fatigued," observed Hervey, as he kept pace with her. "And you still have more than a couple of miles to go. You really must permit me." And, respectfully but firmly, he too possessed himself of the handle of the disputed object. The fingers which held it tightened for a moment, then relaxed their grip unwillingly. "You are indeed kind, sir," murmured their owner as she relinquished her burden, but there was no real gratitude in her tone. She had, however, spoken the truth about the little portmanteau, for it was light, extremely light. Hervey began to wonder what was her destination in Stowey. He could not think of any of its inhabitants who were at all likely to be expecting such a guest. "Are you visiting friends in Stowey, I expect, madam?" he said, tentatively, excusing his question to himself on the ground that he would ultimately have to learn to what house he was to escort her. "No," replied the traveller after a moment. "I go to an inn, is it not?" "An inn," said Hervey, still more surprised. "None of the inns at Stowey, madam, is very suitable for a lady, and the Dolphin, a better class house, is closed for repairs. The others are only fit for sailors and such like." "Oh, sailors will not hurt me," she murmured. Her voice sounded dejected, or so Hervey thought. And she was most indubitably lame. She was hobbling. "I must insist on your taking my arm," he said, somewhat masterfully. "You will never reach Stowey at all without assistance." And the girl seemed to think so too, for, after a moment, she took the proffered support without looking at him. That is to say, she leant her hand, not much more, upon it, and they proceeded for a little in silence. Side by side with her, Hervey could not see her face because of the poke bonnet. "You have already walked today, perhaps, madam," he suggested, as the weight on his arm gradually increased. "Or do you think it is possible that there is a nail or a stone in your shoe?" "No," said the girl, rather shortly. "I fear there is no nail, no stone. It is not for that reason that they hurt me." "But would it not be well to make sure?" persisted Hervey, really sorry for her, since he could see that she was suffering. "Or will you not at any rate sit down on this wall and rest a little?" For the road, no longer tree-shadowed on either hand, had been for some minutes following the Stowey River, whose outgoing tide lapped along the foot of the low wall on their left. "Yes, I will sit down for a small moment, sir," agreed the girl quickly, and she sank down without more ado on the stone parapet. "You are, I take it, a stranger to these parts," observed Captain Barrington conversationally. "Yes," replied the traveller, after a moment's pause. "I come from Yorkshire." "From Yorkshire!" exclaimed Hervey involuntarily. Oh, surely she was not trying to pass herself off as English. "Ah, you mean in this moment, of course, for I perceive that you are." And then he stopped. He had no wish to appear prying. But, to his regret, he saw that he had already given that impression. He had already caused alarm. "Oh, you mean, sir," said the girl in a would-be calm voice, "that you see I am not English." "Oh, sir, senor, no, I am Spanish, but for the love of God, do not betray me." "But, my dear young lady," said Hervey soothingly, "how, and to whom, should I betray you? You have a perfect right to be Spanish, and, being Spanish, to travel in England. Oh, come, now, there's no cause for agitation, except, possibly, about those shoes of yours. I will withdraw a little, and you can take them off, and see whether something cannot be done to ease them." He turned as he spoke, and, going a pace or two along the road, looked out over the darkening river. This was an odd encounter. "Well, now, is that better?" he asked, coming back after a minute or two. The shoes, however, were not yet on again. He could discern them lying in the dusty road. The girl was sitting with her hands in her lap. "Oh, when they are off it is better, yes, but I do not know whether you can get them on again," finished Hervey with a smile. "Oh, why did women always have their shoes too tight? If you will allow me—" "Oh, no, no," cried the girl, evidently affrighted, and, as far as he could see, tucking up her feet under her petticoats. "No, sir, I will contrive. You see, it is not that they are too small." Oh, how feminine! Ladies, he knew, always said that. But that the shape, the English shape— "Ah, yes," said Hervey. "Of course, you bought these in England. Perhaps that was unwise." "How many things are unwise," responded the girl on a deep, tragic note. "Oh, that I'm here at all is unwise. But, Dios de mi alma, what else could I do?" She stifled an unmistakable sob. "But I shall soon be gone." And, bending down, she struggled feverishly with her footgear, Captain Barrington rather uncomfortable in this sudden and unexplained rush of emotion, and she evidently too much carried away by it to care whether or no the gentleman who had so considerately turned his back during the doffing of her shoes watched the process of resumption. At last she stood up. "Now I will go on, sir. I'm now better." She hobbled a step or two, with little ejaculations under her breath, and then supplemented bravely, "If I do not think of them." "And if you take my arm again," suggested Hervey, tendering it. She took it, leaning a little harder this time, and said, as they started, "Suppose I take altogether off my shoes, and go without them, as go the peasants in my country." "Oh, no, madam, you could not possibly do that," replied Hervey. "This road is much too stony." They went on a little in silence, till he, having revolved the idea for a moment or two already, continued, "I have a better plan. My own house is now only half a mile distant, for I live well this side of Stowey. Now, if you would allow me to offer you hospitality for the night." "Oh, senor!" exclaimed the Spanish girl, evidently deeply affronted. Her hand stiffened on his arm. "Oh, I assure you, madam," said Hervey hastily, "that my housekeeper— My name, by the way, is Barrington, Captain Hervey Barrington, of His Majesty's Navy." But at that the hand was withdrawn altogether. They both stopped. "My sister, too," began Captain Barrington anew, "will be—" "Ah, your sister lives with you," interpolated the unknown, and, the hand returning, they took up their march again. Hervey did not think it worth while to explain, but enlarged a little on the pleasure it would give Miss Barrington to receive the footsore traveller, and, though he did not say this, to tease him afterward for his knight-errantry. "So you will accept, will you not, madam? I assure you," he proceeded with a certain stiffness, "that I regard you with all the respect due to a member of your sex, and particularly to one who is, for the moment at least, unprotected. In order to prove, indeed, that I desire in no way to take advantage of you, I will cause my sister to come down to the garden, if you wish, and there make you known to each other, so that you can satisfy yourself of my intentions. For, indeed, you will never reach Stowey tonight, nor, as I say, is there any inn there quite suitable to your requirements." The Spanish girl stood still once more. She clasped both hands to her breast and looked away over the river. Hervey had an uncomfortable suspicion that she was imploring the Virgin for guidance, really quite unnecessarily. When she spoke, the words were charged with feeling. "Oh, indeed, you are too kind to an unfortunate, unprotected. Madre de Dios! It is not for the moment only that I am unprotected. Shall I tell you my poor little story, Senor Capitan?" "There's no need, unless you wish," replied Hervey gently. But he was curious, all the same. "But yes, if you are so noble as to receive me under your roof, I must tell you, in a few words. Again, I will sit on this kind wall." She did so, and, stooping, tugged off the shoes which were not too tight. "Oh, senor, I am the wife, the deserted wife, of an Englishman like yourself, an English officer." "How is it possible?" said Hervey, gravely astonished. He sat down on the wall beside her. "How did he desert you? Where did you meet?" The Spaniard made a gesture. "Oh, you ask where? Ah, senor, in a terrible place. In Badajoz, in the storm of Badajoz." "Oh, good God!" exclaimed Captain Barrington. "You were in Badajoz when we took it last year?" "With my poor father, yes. He was killed. Me, the soldiers were dragging away. Your soldiers. They were enraged at the resistance of the French. Me, a Spaniard, your friend. When he saw me. Oh, senor, he saved me. He loved me. He married me. That is to say—" "Yes, I understand," murmured Hervey rather awkwardly. She made another gesture. "Oh, but no, senor, I think you do not. It is true that I was not married by the rites of my own church, but of his, for I am married by the priest, what do you call him, in your tongue, the capellan of his regiment." "The chaplain. And what was his regiment?" The girl hesitated. "Oh, the English names are so difficult," she said deprecatingly. "Oh, try," said Hervey. She addressed herself visibly to an effort. Mi marido. He was in what you call the Light Brigade. Ah, yes, but in what regiment? A brigade is not a regiment. Not? Queried the soldier's wife innocently. Was it the Rifle Regiment? The 95th? Oh, yes, that is the name. She resumed feverishly. We live in Badajoz a little. Oh, how I am happy! But he will not take me with him on campaign. He leave me there. For a time he write to me. I find out always where he is. Then he writes no more. I think he is dead. I write to the colonel. No, Tomas is not dead. He's gone to England. He is sick. And to me, not a word. I wait. No letter. Oh, how to tell you the pain I suffer. At last, I have a little money. I sell my jewels. I go on board a vessel. I come in England. I travel to the home of my husband. Oh, senor, he denies me. He says, no, I was never married to him. I was only a poor girl to amuse him. Vaya, I am to go back to Spain. He is finished with me. Oh, what is the scoundrel's name? Demanded Hervey indignantly. No, I shall not tell you that. She flung out her arms to the night. And though I never see him again, and though he treat me so cruelly, I love him. In Badajoz. I see, said Hervey rather dryly, the more so that the passion of the last words had caused an uncomfortable sort of thrill to pass along his spine. But, senora, you are in all probability really married to this man. In fact, I do not see how else it could be if the chaplain of the Rifle Regiment. It would be perfectly easy to ascertain. At that, the abandoned wife clutched his arm, but not to welcome the suggestion. No, no. If he cast me off, it is finished. No, I go back to Spain. I leave him free. Oh, but dash it all, cried Captain Barrington, wishing that she would liberate him at all events. The man himself, the scamp that he is, won't be free. If by free you mean free to marry someone else. If you are his legal wife, as I feel sure you must be, you are still his wife, whether you return to Spain or stay in England. And, by the way, he added, how were you proposing to return to Spain? The ecstasy of self-sacrifice appeared to have died down as suddenly as it had arisen, and, having already, to his relief, relinquished his arm, the deserted lady said, with a sublime disregard of bathos, "Now I put on my shoes again," and did so. It was not until she was on her feet, and had once more accepted her escort's arm, that she answered his question. "Oh, to return to Spain, I will find a little ship at Stowey." "Oh, indeed you will not," returned Hervey rather sharply. "Who told you such a thing?" "No little ship for Spain at Stowey. Ay de mi," lamented the fair traveller. "And then I come all this painful way for nothing. Alas, how I am unfortunate!" "We must consider your plans in the morning," said Hervey hastily, apprehending tears. "I can no doubt be of some assistance. But, if you will pardon the inquiry, how did you come to England, in the first place? At what port did you land?" "I've forgotten its name," replied the girl. And then, quickly taking herself up, "Oh, I knew she was lying," thought Hervey, pleased at his perspicacity. She said, No, I now remember. At a place called Gosport." "Gosport? Then you came in a troop ship." "Was that so wrong, Senor Capitan?" "I came as best I could. The passage was offered me. I paid nothing." Very oddly, there seemed to be a suggestion of laughter in her voice now. Or was it tears fought back? The next moment she stumbled and gave a little cry, hanging heavy on his arm for a second. "A stone. No, senor, it is nothing. I can go on. It is perhaps not much farther now." "No, fortunately. But I'm afraid that this walk has meant a good deal of suffering for you." No, she murmured, "for I've found a friend so kind, so sympathetic." And for the first time the other hand joined its fellow on his arm, and both gave that support an unmistakable pressure. Now Hervey Barrington had not the slightest desire to receive from this emotional Spanish female any evidence of her warm southern heart in return for his hospitality. Yet, as he could not withdraw his arm, the only measure he could take against such a risk was to change the conversation. "When I was in Spain," he began, and had quite a gratifying success. The joint pressure on his arm relaxed, and the second hand went away again. "Ah, you have been in Spain," observed its owner slowly, and almost as if the information were not to her taste. "Yes, just before the war," answered Hervey. "I travelled with a Spanish friend in Catalonia and Valencia." "How I do not know those parts," said his companion hastily, as if she were rebutting an accusation, and for the rest of the way became rather silent, except for an occasional tired sigh. Captain Barrington was glad when he could at last announce, as a house loomed up by the side of the road, between them and the river. "Here we are, at our destination." Chapter 2. Departure of the Senora Thomaz. Quote, "I'm not a princess, but an unhappy stranger who intended soon to have left this country." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 38. Though on one side Fairhaven, a house of moderate size, bordered directly on the road, a garden stretching to the river surrounded it on all the others, and it was into this garden, by a side gate, that Hervey, in his anxiety to show himself no Lothario, now conducted his guest. In the middle of the lawn was a fine old mulberry tree, and under the mulberry a garden seat constructed out of the timbers of the halcyon sloop of war, which had been Lieutenant Barrington's first command. Upon this relic, Hervey invited the Spanish traveller to sit, while he summoned his sister. "Like putting her in quarantine," he thought, as he entered the house from the garden and ran upstairs. A minute later he was down again in the spacious hall, calling, "Oh, Mrs. Jeremy, Mrs. Jeremy," and then, receiving no answer, ringing a bell. It was impossible to be more immaculate, more spotlessly and stiffly becapped, more suitably clad in a high-bosomed grey gingham that showed her ample but shapely contours, than Mrs. Hannah Jeremy, to enter with more of the air of the all-competent but respectful housekeeper, or to drop a slight curtsy of more dignity. "Oh, did you ring, sir?" "I did. Where's Miss Barrington?" "Oh, she has not come yet, sir." "Oh, not come!" ejaculated her master, with more stupefaction than the news seemed, on the surface, to warrant. "No, sir." Hervey's thoughts went to the garden seat. With no sister forthcoming, as promised, the girl would think he had been lying. As indeed he had been, tacitly, when he allowed her to suppose that Lavinia lived with him. Oh, it would look as if he had deliberately entrapped the stranger. "Oh, you don't think, surely, Mrs. Jeremy," he said in dismay, "that Miss Barrington has changed her mind, and is not coming tonight at all?" "I couldn't say, sir. We have heard nothing. But it is getting late. I've had to put supper back, for if you'll excuse the liberty, sir, you are late yourself." "Oh, yes, I know that," responded Hervey, his brain busy. "There was an accident, the road blocked by a tree, and I had to walk from Cadman's Corner." Of course, there was always Mrs. Jeremy in the house to play propriety. What he disliked was having to confess to what must look like calculated duplicity. As he stood silent, his hand at his chin, wondering how he could get out of this admission, Mrs. Jeremy observed in a voice noticeably prim and frigid, "I don't know whether you would wish me to acquaint you with it, sir, but there's a very awkward thing occurred. How long she's been there's no telling, having only just seen her myself, but there's a female, and seemingly a young female, sitting in the garden, sir. And at this hour, too." Hervey made a gesture which appeared to signify that as many females as pleased might sit in his garden all night. Actually, it meant that there was no need to tell him of a fact which he knew already, but Mrs. Jeremy did not thus interpret it, and she proceeded. "How she come there I can't conceive, nor what she's doing, sitting there on the halcyon as bold as brass. I might almost say lying there, saving your presence, sir, for she's put her feet up off of the ground." Had Mrs. Jeremy announced that the stranger had removed the major part of her clothing, her voice could hardly have held more reprobation. I wish I had told Jeremy to keep an eye on her from the pantry window. "Oh, it is not necessary," said Hervey, groaning inwardly. Oh, hang Lavinia and her unpunctuality! But he was master in his own house, if sometimes at the cost of effort, and he faced Mrs. Jeremy boldly. "The young lady in the garden, Mrs. Jeremy, was left there by me. She's an unfortunate Spanish girl who has been deserted by her husband, an English officer. She was walking into Stowey, like myself, from Cadman's Corner. She's lame from fatigue, and too tired to go any farther. So, counting on Miss Barrington's presence here, I offered her hospitality for the night." Here Mrs. Jeremy permitted herself an inarticulate exclamation. "Now, I don't know what I'm to do. If Miss Barrington doesn't come at all, I suppose I must hand the poor girl entirely into your charge. That is to say, if she will now consent to stay here." "I think you will find, sir," responded Mrs. Jeremy with unusual tartness, "that the young person, Spanish, you say, won't raise any difficulties about sleeping in a gentleman's house, whether there's another lady there or no. It's my belief she'll be only too pleased if there's none." "Oh, nonsense, Mrs. Jeremy," said Hervey sharply. "You know nothing whatever about the girl. She only consented to come when she heard of the existence of my sister. Oh, I don't know what excuse I'm to make to her for Miss Barrington's absence. You will have to come out into the garden with me, so as to show that there is at least a respectable woman at Fairhaven." "Much obliged, sir," said Mrs. Jeremy, with a movement of the head which approached perilously near a toss. "As I said before, being Spanish—" Impossible to reproduce what Mrs. Jeremy put into this word. "Or she'll likely come in the more readily if she don't see a respectable woman, she sitting there as if the garden belonged to her already." Hervey was now really angry. "Oh, Mrs. Jeremy," he said sternly, "you are forgetting yourself. You ought to be ashamed of such insinuations. Now, listen. When I have persuaded this poor girl that she need fear nothing under my roof, you will get the spare bedroom ready for her at once, and I think that as she is tired, and I'm alone, the best thing will be for her to have some supper taken up to her there, before she retires. Do you understand?" "You really mean her to sleep the night in this house, sir?" "Oh, did you not hear the orders I've just given you, Mrs. Jeremy?" inquired Hervey, very quietly, but with an unmistakable quarter-deck inflection. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir," said his housekeeper, quelled and flushing slightly. "And you wish me to come out with you now to see the young lady?" "Yes, that is to say, come out on some pretext in a minute or two, after I've explained the situation to her. You can ask me, for instance, at what time I would like supper." When he got into the garden again, Hervey realized with quite a shock how dark it had grown, and the oddity of leaving a guest, a lady, to sit outside in the more than dusk. Still, it had been done entirely for her own sake, and fortunately this was a warm evening, an evening full of the scents of the flowers in the little garden, and of the murmur of the outgoing river. A bat was wheeling over the relic of the halcyon, but the seat, to Hervey's surprise, was empty. Had the Spaniard taken fright and departed? He searched the gloom, and, descrying a shape by the steps which went down to the river, hurried towards it. The Signora was sitting on the low wall. "Oh, this river must be beautiful, if one could see, Signor Capitan," she observed, as he came up to her. "Oh, you have steps here. A boat, I perceive." "Yes," said Captain Barrington, for he did keep the skiff of a small sailing cutter moored at the foot of the steps, but in the gloom it was quite impossible to see it from where the lady sat, and it struck him that curiosity must have led her down the steps to investigate. But he had not come to talk about his surroundings or possessions. "Madam," he began uncomfortably, "I must present my deep apologies. I ought to have made myself clearer on the road just now. My sister does not live with me. She visits me from time to time, and, though she should be here tonight, the fact remains that she has not yet arrived." In the silence that ensued, this speech sounded to its maker most unconvincing, and the Spanish girl gave a quick sigh. It was too dark to see her expression, but she surely was not contemplating going on to Stowey, after all, disabled as she was. He would reason with her, plead with her, before he allowed her to do that. But after a moment she spoke. "Señor Capitan," she said, in a low voice, "it is not possible for me to walk farther, even though the señora, your sister, do not arrive this night. So I throw myself upon your chivalry." So long as she did not throw herself upon his breast, Hervey was quite content with this acceptance, though it was a good deal readier than he had anticipated. He was even rather touched by its simple dignity. But then, in the semi-darkness, as he stood before her, he felt his hand seized in both of hers, and, before he knew what she was about, she had sealed her committal to his honour by carrying it towards her lips. Halfway, she suddenly seemed to think better of it, and Hervey, intensely disliking the prospect of having his hand kissed by a woman, deduced with gratitude that he was spared the supreme embarrassment owing to the opportune arrival of Mrs. Jeremy, with a pre-arranged query, made in her best style. "At what hour would you wish supper to be served, sir?" Mrs. Jeremy disappearing the instant they were in the house, Captain Barrington himself was the only person available to show the girl to her room, which, doubting in any case if it were yet ready to receive her, he had no intention of doing. He therefore suggested that she should remove her bonnet in the hall, if she would forgive the lack of ceremony. She assured him in her pretty broken English that there was no need to apologize for the so handsome apartment, but she did not hasten to comply, and sat down as she was, with her dangling veil, in an armchair near the hearth, placing her feet in the purgatorial shoes upon the overblown bead roses of a convenient footstool. She did, however, loosen her cloak, and presently it slipped altogether from her shoulders. Hervey had thought to see her face more clearly in the glow of the candles which Mrs. Jeremy had already lit, but between the height of the sconces and the poke of the bonnet there was as much shadow upon it as illumination. He did discern, however, that she was high-coloured for a Spaniard, and not so very dark, after all, yet not of the fair Spanish type either. Perhaps she had a mixture of some other nationality. One might be able to tell that from the way she spoke her native tongue. Speaking Spanish very fairly himself, and with a good accent, Hervey wondered now why he had not addressed her in that language before. Probably because her English was so adequate. Well, better late than never. "I'm afraid that you must be exceedingly tired, and hungry also, señora," he observed in his best Castilian. "I assure you that I greatly regret this delay in offering you rest and refreshment." He saw her colour spread. She was surprised, not unnaturally, at his tardy revelation of his accomplishment. She answered him, however, not in her own tongue, but in his. "Ah, you speak Spanish, señor. My congratulations." "Allow me to return them," said Hervey, this time in his own language. "It is remarkable for a Spanish lady to speak English. And to cling to it so persistently, too," he thought to himself. The señora flushed again and moved in her chair. "You are very kind. Yes, I speak it so much, with Thomas, and now in your country, that I have almost forgotten my own language." But, reflected Hervey, she and her Thomas cannot possibly have spent long enough together for her to acquire such a mastery of English. She must have known it before. And an unaccountable desire to hear her talking Spanish persisting in him, and his own command of the unfamiliar tongue reviving more quickly than he expected, he went on to ask her in that speech what she proposed to do about returning to Spain, since he could assure her that it was not feasible to voyage thither from Stowey, and who had so misdirected her as to inform her that it was. The questions seemed oddly to confuse the Signora Tomas. The colour which had risen disappeared, except on her cheeks, where it did not vary. "How I pray you not to talk Spanish to me," she said, in an uncertain voice, looking away. "It is cruel. It reminds me of too many things." And then an extraordinary, a stunning conviction broke upon Hervey Barrington. He leant forward and fixed his guest with a steady gaze. "You ask that because you do not understand what I say. You cannot reply in your own language. You're not a Spaniard at all." The bonnet trembled for a moment, and then its occupant returned his searching, condemnatory look in silence, with an effect of measuring him in her turn, after which, with a gesture of abandonment, she put her hands before her face and bowed her head. Her thin shoulders heaved a little, and there was a sound like stifled crying, but not much. Hervey had risen. "Well, madam?" he inquired stonily after a moment. A further silence, and his guest raised her head. "It is true," she said quite quietly. "I've lied to you. I'm not Spanish. I am French." "You have lied to me. You acknowledge it," repeated Hervey between his teeth. "All that story about Badajoz, that—" He clenched his hands, restraining his language with difficulty, remembering that, in spite of everything, she was a woman. "All that was lies, then?" "Yes," she said, still in that very quiet, emotionless voice. "Oh, I wish I had not had to lie. I did not like doing it, and I might have known one does not deceive a man like you." "Oh, did not like doing it," repeated Hervey wrathfully, as certain episodes of the deception came back to him. "Oh, you enjoyed it, you—" Once again he checked himself. But she looked up at him with a sad, limpid gaze. "No woman as heartsick as I am, Captain Barrington, could enjoy anything at this hour," she returned sorrowfully, "and no woman with a heart at all could enjoy deceiving an honourable and generous man." "We will have a truce to compliments, if you please," said Hervey grimly. "Instead, you will give me an explanation, less of your being French, than of why you passed yourself off for Spanish. I imagine, though, that I must now prepare myself for another cock and bull story. I suppose that you will tell me next that you're a French royalist, an émigré." The girl shook her head with a faint smile. "That would indeed be more convenient for me. But this time I will tell you the truth. I wish I'd done it before." The complete change in her manner, her hopeless tone, her utter abandonment of feminine wiles, the very way she sat surrendered in the big chair, began to have some effect on Hervey. He felt it, and removed himself farther off. "Why did you not, then?" "Because I was afraid. I thought that to acknowledge myself French, an enemy, was too dangerous. I fancied I could pass myself off as Spanish. But I only know a word or two of the language. And the story I told you. Oh, do not be angry, monsieur. I must have some story to account for my presence in England." "Oh, I must congratulate you on the one you served up to me," observed Hervey sardonically. "Your talents are wasted in private life. But perhaps you are an actress in your own country." Looking down, she shook her ringlets. "No, monsieur. I live very quietly in the provinces with my parents. But I've deserved that you should reproach me. I've been very foolish. I think my best justification is to tell you my real story, if you will listen to it now." "Oh, I will listen." "You are generous indeed, Captain Barrington." She paused a moment, and then, as it were, drew herself together. "My name is Adrienne de—" But here, at the outset, she checked herself, and looked across at him reflectively. "No, perhaps I will not tell you that. But everything else I will tell you. I had, monsieur, a brother, fighting in Spain. fighting against the English, yes, but fighting like a gentleman, for I think all your soldiers have said that of us. Besides, her head lifted itself a trifle. He is a gentleman. But he was captured and brought to England, and made a prisoner on parole. And then, monsieur, an atrocious thing happened, for some intrigue against him led to his being accused, unjustly, of having broken his parole, and he was sent to prison. He tried to escape from the prison. Was that unnatural, monsieur? And for that he was sent to the ponton, and the hulks. Hervey, who was watching her rather surreptitiously, saw her bite her lips at that ill-omened word, and put her handkerchief to them for a moment. Oh, you know what that means, monsieur. And he was an officer. Yes, go on, said Hervey. At the back of his mind he was conscious of how much better she spoke English, now that she had renounced her Spanish nationality. Curious. Monsieur, he is my only brother, my twin brother. My parents are old, and tant soit peu royaliste. When Raoul and I were children, we lived for that reason in England. In short, we were émigrés in those days. So I might well have called myself an émigré just now, but that I have done with deception. Oh, that, thought Hervey, explains the excellent English, and then she must have been mangling it on purpose just now. Eh bien, I said to myself, some of the friends of my childhood may be alive still, in London, and if only I could find them, they would help me. They would remember Raoul, and they would do something to right this horrible injustice. So I came to England. Seeing Hervey about to interrupt, she held up a hand. Monsieur, you, a sailor, know that it can be done. But I do not wish to implicate anyone by telling you how. Yes, very well, said Hervey, interested despite himself, and not least of all by the different manner in which this girl told a true tale. I accept that. Go on, mademoiselle. In London I cannot find these old friends. They are removed or dead. I've no one to help me. I cannot go to any man and ask for help. Although I was playing a part this evening, you will acknowledge, I hope, monsieur, that I did not solicit your assistance. Au contraire, I tried to escape notice. Quite true. All that I can permit myself to do, then, is to go to the transport office in Dorset Square, and to make inquiries about my unhappy brother. They look up registers and the like, and they tell me he's at Plymouth, in the prison ship, the Queen. They give me no hope of his release, but they say I may go and see him. Oh, at least that is something. I take the coach to Plymouth. I go in a boat to those... Her voice broke suddenly, and she clenched her hands together. Yes, said Hervey gently. And no place for a woman. What had she seen? With an effort, Adrienne went on. It is a deception, a mistake. Raoul is not there, was never there. Oh, but if the transport board, began Hervey. Oh, monsieur, they have so many names of unfortunates on those registers. And I saw some of them, men like the dead. They tell me, the officers of the Queen, that it must be a mistake for the Queen Caroline at Portsmouth, and that my poor brother must be there. And so I'm going back, and I pray God that I find him at Portsmouth, even in one of those terrible ships, because... Oh, because what, mademoiselle? Asked Hervey, and he came and stood by her. For one moment the dark-ringed eyes, heavy with sorrow and fatigue, looked up at him. Because I have the thought that he may be dead, and that they would not tell me. And with that, her self-command gave way entirely, and burying her face once more in her hands, she sobbed helplessly. Hervey Barrington was far from being a hard-hearted man. Before this grief, and these unmistakable accents of sincerity, he ceased to resent the fact that an hour ago this girl had been fooling him with a pathetic fiction, more especially because the present narrator did not seem the same person at all as that pseudo-Spanish minx. What a pity she had ever tried that game. It was so unnecessary. No man with a grain of feeling could have stayed her, or done anything to her, and technical enemy though she were, on learning of her errand, and the poor creature had actually visited those unpleasant places. In vain. Meanwhile she sobbed on, while he tried to offer suggestions about Portsmouth, and about what he could do himself in the way of inquiries. But she still had her face hidden, and he was almost bending over her when Mrs. Jeremy reappeared to say that the bedroom was ready, and that she had set supper for the lady there. In the presence of a domestic, Mademoiselle Adrienne made a more determined effort to pull herself together. She dried her eyes and stood up. "I will wish you the best boon I can, a good night's rest," said Hervey kindly. "In the morning we will talk about what is to be done. Meanwhile," he sank his voice, though Mrs. Jeremy was waiting a considerable distance away, at the foot of the stairs. "Meanwhile, try to forget Plymouth and what you saw there." The shadow in the French girl's eyes deepened. "Oh, I can never do that," she responded gravely. "Not in all my life. But I thank you, for myself and for my brother Raoul, too, if he lives. I would kiss your hand, Captain Barrington, but I know that you would not like it." The half-smile that came with this, like a gleam of sun after rain, suggested that when she was not tired and overwrought, she had a very sweet one. "Mademoiselle," said Hervey, "I think it should be the other way about." And, on an impulse, regardless of the presence of Mrs. Jeremy, he took her hand and raised it for a moment to his lips. A good night. Chapter 3. Departure of her successor. Quote, "I was weary, and hoped to find in sleep that remission of distress which nature seldom denies." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 38. The room on the second floor to which Mrs. Jeremy preceded Mademoiselle de Sablières was large and comfortable. It had 2 windows, now discreetly curtained, looking out onto the road. Mrs. Jeremy was large, too, and that she could not alter, and she was usually very comfortable also, but not now. "This is your room, miss." "Madam, no doubt, I should say," she announced with extreme frigidity. "The bed is well aired. Your supper is on that little table. Soup I've given you, and a cold chicken wing, knowing as young ladies have not much appetite, particularly when fatigued after a journey from heaven knows where. And here is your baggage, miss. That, I understand, is all you have. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must go and see to the roast for the captain. I wish you a good night, miss." She withdrew, and the temperature sensibly rose. Mademoiselle de Sablières, who had looked at her mutely during the delivery of this speech, raised her eyes to heaven as the door closed. "Ah, mon Dieu!" It was all she said. She proceeded with no loss of time to action, always so much more important than speech. The first thing she did was to sit down on the nearest chair, pull off her shoes and fling them petulantly and with a look of hatred, one after the other, across the room. The second, to hobble to the door and lock it. The third, to draw up a chair to the table, take the cover off the bowl of soup, and, without waiting to spread a napkin, drink off about half its contents in one draught. Midway she set it down, and surveyed the rest of the collation with a gradually falling face. The wing of cold chicken, the slice of bread, the small pat of butter, the remnant of apple tart, and the tiny jug of cream, all very daintily set out upon a tray, after which, taking a spoon, she consumed the rest of the soup slowly by means of that implement. She then drank a glass of wine, with a good deal more obvious gusto than the less appreciative sex usually exhibits. But then she was alone. Sighed, looked fondly at the wing of chicken, and began upon it with a forced deliberation. Even so, in 8 minutes there was nothing whatever left of the elegant little supper, save the chicken bones, as bare as if a colony of ants had been at work on them, and 1 glass of wine, with which Mademoiselle de Sablières, leaning back in her chair with her stockinged feet stretched out straight in front of her, then proceeded to conclude the not very substantial meal. After holding the empty glass for a moment or two in her fingers, and looking at it regretfully, she put it down with a sigh, and, taking up the tray, considerately put it outside the door, relocked the latter, and then, candle in hand, made a careful tour of the walls of the apartment. The only other door was a small one covered with wallpaper, of the kind that commonly leads into a cupboard or powdering closet, and this one did no more, as the explorer satisfied herself. She returned, therefore, and began to take off her dress, presumably a new one, since her fingers seemed unused to the fastenings, and it was some time before she stepped out of it in her white underdress. Evidently, too, she regarded it with the reverence due to a new gown, for she spread it out, with what seemed exaggerated care for so simple a confection, over the back of a chair. After this she removed, with the same precision, an object of which some ladies, it is known, do divest themselves upon retiring, but these, as a rule, of an age more advanced than Mademoiselle de Sablières. The removal of the high-piled ringlets, thus laid en masse on the table, revealed her own short hair, of approximately the same dark brown colour. She next unlocked the famous valise, and took from it an instrument which she laid by the wig, went over to the washstand and vigorously washed her face, and then, returning with a hand mirror from the dressing-table, scrutinized the result by the candles, feeling her chin and upper lip critically. Her ablutions had had a somewhat singular effect upon her complexion, for the mirror showed all her brilliant colour gone. Suddenly the fair traveller put down the glass and yawned violently, stretching her arms to their fullest extent, and causing an ominous cracking sound in the bosom of her tight-fitting underdress. A look of alarm crossed her face, and, using an expression of a kind with which a gently nurtured girl should not be familiar, she slowly unfastened the underdress also, and let it slide to the ground. And with that there was nothing of Mademoiselle de Sablières left, only a very near relation of hers, slim to leanness, in shirt, thin breeches, and stockings, with a lock of damp hair clinging to his forehead, and a face which, now that the paint was gone, showed its true hollowness under the cheekbones and round the jaw. The face, too, of one tired to death, though at the moment it wore a faint and transitory amusement, as its owner looked down at the circle of white lying around his feet. That dress, the money in his pockets, his presence here as a practically free man, Raoul owed in the first instance entirely to Juliana Forrest. She had got him out of the hulks, as she had vowed she would, employing for the purpose one Creedy, who combined in Plymouth the occupations of ship chandler and escape agent. Had Raoul realized earlier how deeply she was implicating herself in what now ranked as a felony, he might have hesitated to accept his freedom, but the truth was that, though for 2 months he received letters from her by the ordinary channels, adjuring him to keep up his spirits, and assuring him that he was not forgotten, he supposed her, in the absence of any hints to the contrary, to be continuing her campaign by legitimate methods. And then, yesterday morning, as he was taking his turn, in heavy rain, at hauling up the casks of fresh water from the boat which daily brought them from the shore, one of her crew whispered something in his ear. And there was no time to question or to argue, only in the downpour, which no doubt had something to do with the relaxed vigilance of the sentries, to slip, as directed, into one of the empty casks lying on its side in the barge. But not until he was safely in the cellar under Creedy's shop did he, still bewildered, discover that that individual had been for 2 months in Miss Forrest's pay, awaiting this chance. It was too late, then, to refuse the gift, and the best way of showing his gratitude was to use it and get himself as speedily as he could, by means of Creedy's directions and her money, to Start Bay, where the smugglers would run him over to France. Raoul stepped out of the underdress and folded it neatly up. Well, here he was, on his second night of freedom, under the roof of an English naval officer, of all men in the world, and though, in the first instance, only the more than discomfort of those damned shoes had driven him to accept this hospitality when it was pressed upon him, he had not been slow to realize that, if he had been tracked as far as Stowey, this was probably the last house where the authorities would ever dream of searching for him. He was really very glad that he had not to run the gauntlet of the unknown Miss Barrington's eyes tonight. Captain Barrington, indeed, had evidently no suspicion of his sex. Really, it was almost a shame to have taken such advantage of his good nature. But Adrienne's possibly over-rouged appearance had not seemed to find favour with the housekeeper. Creedy, who at Miss Forrest's suggestion had fitted him out in woman's attire, had also provided him with the means of touching up his pallor and thinness into something more femininely presentable, and it was when Raoul, thus embellished, had beheld himself in Mr. Creedy's looking-glass that the likeness to Adrienne had suggested to him the whimsical idea of impersonating her. An idea which he subsequently discarded for exactly the reason he had given Captain Barrington, that to avow oneself French was too hazardous. Even in the wearing of a petticoat elsewhere than at private theatricals, there were risks which he had not anticipated. Before ever he had got clear of Plymouth, a half-drunken sailor had tried very hard, to kiss him. This sailor tonight, oh, thank the saints, had shown no signs of that desire, and heaven send it never visited him, for the most discreet embrace could hardly fail to lead to discovery, even though the grey gown had been carefully padded to simulate a roundness which Raoul's own person was very far from possessing. Still, he must have made rather a convincing girl to have scored such a histrionic triumph as to impose his second story on his host immediately after the discovery of the falsity of the first. But it had not been difficult to throw the accents of sincerity into the account of what, after all, was only too sadly true, his own case. Yet he saw now that he had let himself be a trifle too much carried away over the business of the deserted Spanish wife. He must guard, in future, against allowing the humour of a situation to take hold of him like that. Oh, heaven knew that there was little enough to laugh at in his own. And though, of course, to masquerade as his own sister had its amusing side. Sleep, the sleep of profound fatigue of mind and body, was pressing on him now like a feather-bed. It was almost shameful to be so tired with so little cause, but the horrible existence of the last 2 months had sapped his strength unbelievably, and the long duel with Captain Barrington had been a great strain. He dragged himself to the table and took up the razor. No, he dared not shave when he was so weary, for he might cut himself, which, in the circumstances, would be suspicious. He would do it early in the morning. He never had a stiff growth. He lurched to the bed, and sitting down upon it, began to unfasten his shirt. Oh, peste! The feminine night-rail, which he really did carry with his razor and a few other necessaries in the little valise, was still in it. Oh, it was absurd to put it on. It seemed to him a very absurd garment altogether, but it afforded him a chance of getting out of the clothes he wore by day. In a moment he would rise and fetch it. Oh, but just for a moment or two. He gave another mighty yawn and fell sideways against the pillow. The next instant he had instinctively brought his feet up onto the bed. Oh, ciel! Was there anything like a good bed after... He stretched out his legs, thrust a hand under the excellent down in which his head was sunk, and never moved again. "La, Miss Lavinia, 'tis you, after all, then," exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, opening the hall door. "And I just about to dish up supper for the captain. We made sure by this time that you wasn't coming." The tall, cloaked form of Miss Barrington stepped briskly into the hall. "I rather thought so myself, Hannah, at one time. I started later than I should, and then the pony cast a shoe and had to be walked 2 miles to the nearest forge, and the smith knocked up. There's my brother in a very bad temper. Oh, put my portmanteau down there, Jacob, and get back as fast as you can. or your mother will think that I've either eloped with you or sold you for a slave." And as the door shut behind the grinning youth, Miss Barrington began to divest herself of her cloak. "Oh, I'll not wait to go up to my room now, Hannah, and do you for God's sake go and set supper on the table without more delay, or we may find ourselves in irons." "Oh, Miss Lavinia, what things you do put into the captain's mouth, to be sure!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, half shocked, half smiling. "Let me take your cloak and bonnet, ma'am. Supper is in the breakfast-room, because the dining-room carpet is repairing, and so I thought." "Yes, ma'am, you may well ask what that is." For Miss Barrington, having taken off her bonnet, was smoothing down her hair, when her glance fell on something grey lying in a huddle on the seat of the big leather chair by the hearth. Picked up, it resolved itself into a lady's hooded cloak. "Oh, I thought I was the only woman to use this hall as a dressing-room," observed Miss Barrington, surveying it. "Oh, but it seems that I'm not." "No, ma'am," returned Mrs. Jeremy, almost bursting. "There's a female, a Spanish female, in this house, sleeping in this house, and that the captain brought in this evening, and picked her up in the road, he did. How she's got over his kind heart. And what does a gentleman like him know of her sort? How painted, Miss Barrington, and—" A door opened upstairs, and Hervey's voice, mildly sarcastic, called down, "Mrs. Jeremy, if you are unable, through pressure of work or of conversation, to carry supper upstairs, ask Jeremy to do it for you." Mrs. Jeremy put her hand over her mouth and fled. "Through pressure of work," said Miss Barrington to herself. "Her work for the Spanish female, I suppose. And what is Hervey about?" "Oh, my dear brother," she called up, "it's I am the culprit, with my abominable lateness. Oh, don't come down. I'm coming up. And so is the supper." With a very light foot for her 59 years and her stately form, she ascended the staircase and received her brother's kiss at the top. "I've left my cloak, too, in the hall," she observed, smiling sweetly. "I mean, my cloak and bonnet, too, in the hall. I'm sure you don't mind." "No," replied Hervey, quite innocently. "Why should I, my dear Lavinia?" He opened the breakfast-room door. "I hope you do not object to supping here. The dining-room carpet—" "Yes, Mrs. Jeremy told me," interposed his sister cheerfully. No doubt Hervey wished to know whether Mrs. Jeremy had imparted some much more interesting news, but that was just what she was not going to reveal. It would be far more amusing to watch Hervey's efforts to nerve himself to do it, and to see in what terms he would convey the information when he succeeded. Lavinia Barrington, on the brink of 60, still possessed an unquenchable zest for the humorous, and cared not how she gratified it. But why indeed should Hervey have to find a way of announcing the presence of his protégé, when possibly that protégé was already waiting to sup with him? Oh, but no. One glance round the sitting-room showed that no dark-eyed Castilian or Catalan was there. No high comb, no mantilla, no shawl. A second revealed the fact that only 2 covers were laid. Hervey was discreet, then. He had banished the Andalusian maid to her room. The candles and the branched silver candlesticks, when in a moment or two the brother and sister sat down to the belated repast, revealed what a handsome woman Miss Barrington was, her face untouched as yet by any of the disfiguring lines of age, but only by those that testified to character. Her hair perhaps had never been so beautiful as now, in its silvered abundance. She had always been handsome. She had always been courted. She had always jested at her suitors. But 25 years ago, the man she had loved had married another woman, and then died. It was not until the end of the meal that Miss Barrington's ears were gratified by the avowal for which they had been delightedly waiting. "I had a most curious adventure on the road this evening, after that tree had forced us all to leave the coach," began Captain Barrington. "I fell in with an unfortunate French girl who had been to Plymouth to see a brother of hers in a prison ship there." "Oh, French, you say?" asked Miss Barrington in a surprised voice. Yes, why not? The majority of the prisoners are French. Oh, curious, murmured his sister. Yes, go on. Hers was a sad little history, said Hervey, and proceeded to relate it. Most pathetic, agreed Miss Barrington at the close. What did you do, Hervey? I know. You paid the girl's coach fare to Portsmouth, which I expect was what she wanted. Though I should have thought that one seaport town was as good as another. I expect she has a good many of those brothers. For shame, Lavinia, said Hervey, reddening. Why are you aspersing a girl whom you have never seen? And do you suppose I don't know a female of that sort when I see one? Well, my dear Hervey, I don't feel sure that you would. And as her brother made an angry gesture, she said pacifically, You must forgive me, for, as you say, I've not seen her, and never shall now, I suppose. Yes, you will have the chance tomorrow, murmured Captain Barrington, fidgeting with a fork. I asked her. She was so footsore. In short, she's in the house tonight. Knowing that you would be here, he added, a little incoherently. Miss Lavinia made no comment at all, just because she knew that he would be expecting one. She merely looked across the table at him and allowed her smile to broaden enjoyably, more enjoyably to herself than to the good Samaritan at the other end. After a moment, she said lazily, Mademoiselle is in the spare bedroom, I suppose. May I ask, in that case, what you have done with the Spanish girl? Is she occupying your dressing room, or is it the other way round? A Spanish girl, stammered Hervey. There's no... Then you knew all the time, Lavinia. I know that the Spanish damsel has left her cloak in the hall. Is Mrs. Jeremy, who seems to be aware of her presence, and to have made notes of her appearance, ignorant that you have ensconced a French lady also in this hitherto blameless house? Of course, I hardly wonder that you did not care to tell her, but you may be quite certain that she will soon find out where you have hidden the other member of your seraglio. Really, Hervey, you to set up as Grand Turk in this fashion. Lavinia, oblige me by ceasing to talk nonsense, said her brother rather sternly. You let your tongue run away with you, and your witticisms amuse nobody but yourself. There's only one young lady in this house. The misunderstanding about her nationality arose because she foolishly gave herself out at first to be Spanish, fearing to say she was French. But I soon discovered, that is to say, I discovered that she was not Spanish. You shall see her tomorrow, and be satisfied that she's not a woman of bad character, and you can speed her on her way to Portsmouth. Meanwhile, I should be obliged if you would drop this meaningless and offensive jesting about her. Miss Lavinia made a moue, and then she rose, came to her brother, and deposited a kiss on the top of his head. I will, my dear. But can I not see your pretty Puritan, I mean your respectable Huguenot, tonight? No, I'm afraid not, replied Hervey, glancing at the clock. She retired to her room an hour ago. I expect she's asleep by now. You must wait until tomorrow. But I don't want to wait until tomorrow, said Miss Barrington inwardly, when, not long after this, she found herself in her own bedroom, and that bedroom adjoining the apartment of the fair unknown. It was so unusual for Hervey to show any interest in the sex, other than that demanded by ordinary politeness, that she was curious to see this girl, and though at the back of her mind she knew quite well that it was only his humanity which had led him to offer her hospitality, she really almost wished it had been some warmer feeling. Now a former owner of Fairhaven, the same who, apprehensive of housebreakers, had furnished the lower part of the house, on the side facing the road, with a series of iron spikes, had seen fit to cut an entrance from the room, now Miss Barrington's, into the powdering closet, which was properly the appendage of the next. Miss Barrington, therefore, had an easy means of access to the latter apartment if she chose to use it, and surely it was almost her duty to go in and see if her brother's protégé had all she required, assuming, of course, that the latter was still awake. Indeed, if she were, Ought not Miss Barrington to put in an appearance for that brother's own sake, lest the respectable Huguenot should be thinking her very existence a mere invention of her host's? Fortified by these excellent reasons, Miss Barrington thereupon went quietly into the powdering closet. And lo, duty and desire still rode together, for when she closed her door of the cupboard behind her, Lavinia Barrington was aware of shafts of light penetrating all round the other one, which led into the spare bedroom. The visitor, therefore, was still awake, or else, for there was no sound of movement, had fallen asleep and left the candles burning, a source of danger which it was one's duty to remove. So Miss Barrington tapped at the door confronting her, very gently at first, and then louder. And there was no response, so she opened the door a few inches. Yes, the candles were all burning. As Miss Barrington herself was still in the cupboard, and she could not actually see the bed, away on her right, but in her line of vision was the grey dress, disposed over a chair. It certainly looked very modest, almost Quakerish. Yet on the table by it, full in the candlelight, lay something which gave its modesty the lie, according in fact much less well with the damsel of her brother's imagination than with her of Miss Lavinia's own. A wig. This wig interested Miss Barrington very much indeed, and she emerged on tiptoe from the closet in order to survey the occupant of the bed, and then remained as immobile as Lot's wife. On the bed, and in no sense in it, with his stockinged feet toward her, lay a young man in a shirt and breeches, fast asleep, so fast that after her momentary petrifaction, Miss Barrington ventured to tiptoe nearer to verify the astounding fact. But there could be no doubt of it. He lay on his side, almost on his face, at the edge of the bed, the edge nearest to Miss Barrington, his left hand tucked under the pillow, and the right hanging down towards the floor. It looked as if he had flung himself there, too tired to finish undressing. Oh, undressing! Miss Barrington's eyes, suddenly sparkling with mirth, went to the grey gown, and then returned to the masquerader. There was no getting over the fact. Hervey's distressed Franco-Spanish damsel was a young man, and a personable young man at that, though rather thin. From the way he was lying, she could only just see the profile pressed into the pillow. It was true that it was finely cut, and she saw long, dark lashes and a little close-set ear. But, particularly when combined with a man's shirt open at the throat and a pair of grey nankin breeches, it had no suggestion of the feminine about it. And it was on this good-looking young scamp that Hervey had been squandering his compassion. Miss Lavinia put her hand over her mouth. She must remove herself before she could give vent to her mirth. But first, going cautiously to the door of the room, she tried it and removed the key. Then she hastily caught up in succession the grey dress, the woman's wig, and this brought her nearest to the laughter she was staving off, the razor, which, as she now saw, lay in such telling proximity to it. At the cupboard door she took a fleeting backward glance. The sleeper had not stirred, but the pose, the shape, everything about him looked even more masculine than before. Oh, how could Hervey have been such a fool, was Miss Barrington's inward cry, as she sped through her own room to acquaint him with the full measure of his folly. And Captain Barrington had not yet gone to bed. He was still in the breakfast-room, reading the last number of the Gentleman's Magazine by the light of one of the branched silver candlesticks from the supper-table. The window was open, and in the silence, above the lazy monotone of the river, could be faintly heard the eternal struggle out on the bar. "Who is that?" he asked, without turning his head. "You, Lavinia?" "Yes," answered his sister. "I've brought down something to show you." Laying the wig and the razor on the table behind him, she advanced into the light of the candles with a grey gown over her arm. "I thought you might like to see this," she observed pleasantly, and held it up before him by its sleeves. Hervey stared at it with a frown, and then glanced at her face. the face of one in the grip of secret merriment. "I thought I'd begged you to refrain from jesting on that subject," he said. "And why, if you must go into the girl's room, need you bring her dress away with you?" "Oh, for you to see, my dear chivalrous brother! For you to gaze on, Don Quixote, because it is the last you will ever behold of your damsel in distress. This gown, and this." She stretched out a hand and added the wig to her exhibition. "How pretty curls, are they not? They do not altogether match the genuine article, though, I fancy." Like an automaton, Harvey had slowly risen to his feet, his eyes as though they beheld a basilisk. "Oh, what on earth? Has the girl gone? But she could not go, wanting—" "Yes, she could," broke in his sister, struggling with her mirth. "She could vanish in the way that hard-pressed ladies sometimes did, I seem to remember, in heathen mythology. Some nymph or other, I know, turned herself into a laurel. This nymph has taken the shape." She threw down dress and wig, and once more picked something off the table. "The shape, Harvey, that requires this of mornings." She flashed the razor open, and burst into a peal of laughter. "Oh, Harvey, Harvey, how could you be so misled? I said I was not sure you knew the kind of woman you had befriended. There he lies, on your best spare bed, in a shirt and breeches, and there, judging from the way he's sleeping, he will lie till morning. I should like to see his face when he wakes and finds the means of continuing his nymphhood taken from him. What are you doing, Harvey?" For, while she laughed and teased, Captain Barrington had gone into the darker portion of the room, and she now heard him opening a drawer. Yet, when he came back into the light, it was not what he carried in his hand, so much as his face, which caught Miss Lavinia's eyes and held them. For perhaps the first time in 40 years, she felt a little frightened. "Was that loaded, Harvey?" Her brother did not answer, but the fact that he examined the priming was an answer. And then he lifted his head, and out of the lips whose familiar lines were all altered, asked peremptorily, "How did you get in? Had he not locked the door?" "Yes, I went in through the powdering closet. That does not fasten, the bolt is broken. But I took away the key of his room, and locked my door on the outside." "Is the key still in the lock? Your key?" "No, I think I brought that away too." "Yes." "Oh, give it to me." "I will, if you will put back that pistol." "Oh, give it to me, please." And slowly Miss Lavinia brought out a key from her pocket and laid it on the table. "Is that the key of your room or of his? I'll have both, please." "Oh, Harvey, he's only a boy, and looks so tired." For the first time in his life, her brother exploded into an oath in her presence. "I'm not too tired to fool me. Twice over, thrice over, not too much of a boy to pay for it, as he shall." The words came out like missiles. "Oh, but Harvey, you can't murder him, here in your own house." "Murder!" exclaimed her brother on a strange high note. "Of course I'm not going to murder him, but he is a French prisoner escaped from the hulks. Oh, I see it all now. And I am going to send him back whence he came." "Oh, but you cannot send him back tonight, brother." "Oh, I never said I should. But I'm going to let him know it, and give me the other key." "Oh, Harvey," pleaded his sister in a most unusual tone. "Oh, why go up tonight at all, as you can do nothing, and he cannot get away? Why not wait till morning?" "No, he cannot get away, but there are things I can do," responded Harvey grimly. "Give me the other key at once, and send Jeremy up to wait in your room, in case I need him. Do you hear?" "Oh, but Harvey," protested Miss Barrington, as, rather flushed, she reluctantly produced the second key. "With that large pistol you cannot possibly need Jeremy as well in order to master one half-starved lad from the hulks. If that is where he come from, I can understand better why he—" "Oh, will you mind your own business, Lavinia?" broke in her brother savagely, and pulled at the bell-rope. "If Jeremy has gone to bed, he's to get up at once. I may not want him, but I intend him to be handy, in your room. Do you understand? And you will kindly stay down here." He put the pistol in his pocket, took one of the candelabra, and left the room. Miss Lavinia stood a moment irresolute, looking from the closed door to the grey gown in a heap on the table, and in that moment unfeignedly regretting, if not her discovery, at least her too hasty and facetious announcement of it. It was that, no doubt of it, which had helped to blow Hervey's fury to such white heat against the culprit. Her emphasis on that point of which he must be only too stingingly aware, that he had not merely been deceived, but ludicrously deceived. On a sudden impulse she started for the door, but ere she reached it, it opened to admit the large form of John Jeremy, the solid and faithful and bearded, and instead of going to the rescue upstairs, she perceived the uselessness of such an attempt, and conveyed to him instead his master's instructions. The ex-coxswain received the transmitted orders with his usual ready obedience, at once impassive and slightly surprised. "In your room, Miss Barrington?" "Yes, to be sure." "Oh, well now, an escaped French prisoner, and 'tis likely he'll fight like a hell-cat." "Oh, I don't think so," said Miss Lavinia rather sadly. "I fancy you will have an easy task, Jeremy." And to herself, left alone once more, she said, "Oh, I wish now that I'd never gone into that room." Yet it was a diverting situation, though I suppose one could not expect Hervey to see it in that light. Oh, I do hope he will not use that pistol. What did he mean he was going to do to him? And though at last she sat down and took up the Gentleman's Magazine, and held it open at the historical account of Rainham Church, Kent, and she was listening all the time for the sound of a shot from upstairs. Chapter 4. The Battle of the Spare Bedroom. Quote, "All imposture weakens confidence and chills benevolence. When the sage finds that you're not what you seemed, he will feel the resentment natural to a man who discovers that he has been tricked." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 46. The dreamless sleep in which Raoul was sunk was still dreamless, but not so deep as when Miss Lavinia had made her incursion into his bedchamber, for a slight sound echoed down to him where he lay in oblivion as at the bottom of a well. And though the sound was not actively registered by his mind, it disturbed him, and with a muttered exclamation he flung up his arm and turned over onto his back. The movement jolted him still nearer to consciousness, so that his body, at least, realized the space and comfort of what it was lying on, after the cramped hammock and suffocating darkness and too close companionship. And at last the fully sentient Raoul himself became aware that he was surrounded by light, air, and silence, instead of the usual noisy, fetid gloom in which he slept. He opened his eyes with a start, and remembered where he was, and saw that he had most reprehensibly left the candles burning when sleep overtook him. Oh, but surely there was a fresh source of light in the room, by that cupboard door. Raoul turned his head to see, and his heart stood still within him. There, a branched candlestick in his left hand, stood Captain Hervey Barrington, looking at him with an expression there was no misreading. In his other hand was that which very effectively backed up the expression. "If you move, I shall fire," he said briefly. But the words were not out of his mouth before Raoul was off the bed and at the door, to stay there. The key was gone. Backed against its panels, his breath coming fast, his hands clenched, he faced the levelled pistol again. "Yes, that place will do as well as any other," observed Hervey coolly, and without removing his eyes from him or lowering the barrel, he set down the light on the nearest table. "Now, make over everything you have. Plans, papers, money. I know what you are." The bitter shock had not deprived Raoul of his wits, and they worked quickly. Since Captain Barrington could not have come in through this locked door, even though, now, presumably, he had possessed himself of the key, There must have been another entrance to that cupboard, after all. If he could only get him to move away from it. Raoul gave what had all the appearance of being an involuntary glance towards the little valise lying on the centre table. Even, at the risk of a bullet, made a tiny, instantly checked movement towards it. His manoeuvre told, though Hervey did not abandon his post. "Oh, bring that thing here," he commanded. But Raoul did not move. Was it likely? Go and get it yourself. You cannot terrorize me with that pistol, because I do not care whether you shoot me or no. Hervey gave a very disagreeable smile. "Oh, I shall take great care not to kill you outright, and, as I'm a dead shot, I can hit you exactly where I please. Oh, break your leg, for choice. I shall count 5. I do not threaten twice. 1, 2, 3. An excuse for altering his tactics was just what Raoul wanted now. He went slowly and with apparent unwillingness to the centre table, Captain Barrington keeping him covered the while, and took up the valise. "Bring it over here and put it down by the candlestick. Now, take out all its contents, one thing at a time, and lay them beside it." Watching his moment, Raoul removed a clean shirt, a brush and comb, a pair of stockings, and began to take out the nightshirt. Then, suddenly flinging this at his captor's head, he made a spring past him for the cupboard door. But Hervey was on the watch, too, and a boxer, and as he saw the white folds coming at him, he sidestepped, grasped Raoul by the throat with his left hand, and hurled him off with such violence that the young man was spun back as far as the foot of the bed, his shirt ripped to the waist. "It is no good trying that," said Hervey contemptuously. "And besides, my man is in the other room now." He raised his voice. "Jeremy." "Here, sir." "Stand by to stop him coming through, if he tries it again." "Aye, aye, sir." And, assured of his reinforcements, Captain Barrington viewed with sardonic indifference the dash his quarry then made for the further window, the feverish way in which he tugged aside the curtains, threw up the sash, and thrust his head out. "How is there light enough for you to see what is waiting for you down below there?" inquired Hervey. "Oh, I hope so, because I don't particularly want your corpse impaled on my railings." His tone, however, did not suggest that the contingency would greatly trouble him, and he turned, keeping no more than half an eye on the suddenly rigid figure by the window, and tipped out the few remaining articles in the valise onto the table. But, except for a purse with a little silver, he drew blank, and the fellow, who must have more than that, had tricked him again. As for Raoul himself, his vision of escape by the window had indeed been brief. It was no wonder that Captain Barrington had not opposed his opening it. There was light enough for him to see what was waiting for him down at the bottom of the bare, creeperless wall. The horrible chevaux de frise of long spikes turned in every direction, impossible to escape by jumping or dropping. And climbing down was out of the question, for there was no foothold of any sort, not even a pipe. He remained there without moving, despair in his heart, while the soft, inflowing night air mocked him with its associations of space and freedom. "Oh, come, turn out your pockets without more ado," came Captain Barrington's voice harshly. "It is no good deferring the inevitable." Oh, give up without a struggle his only means of procuring liberty, and give up at his bidding Juliana's smuggled money. All the concentrated horror of the place from which her devotion had succeeded in extricating him rushed past Raoul in a hurricane of memory and resolution. Oh, he would never let himself be sent back alive. But if ever he succeeded in leaving this house, which he had so foolishly entered, without money or disguise or even adequate clothing, his plight would be hopeless. And yet, how could he avoid having the money taken from him in the end? He loosed the curtain which his hand was gripping and faced his captor. "Haven't you any pity, Captain Barrington?" he asked, in a low, difficult voice. "None," responded Hervey. Oh, you worked out the vein too successfully this evening. Oh, damn you," he added, almost inaudibly. It was true. Raoul knew it. He had been too successful for pardon. And yet, what else could he have done but pit his wits against the Englishman's? "Oh, it is of no use thinking of any more moving stories to play off on me," resumed Hervey, bitter mockery in his tone. "Oh, you cannot expect to fool even me any more. Nor," he added, as Raoul seemed about to speak, "oh, is it any use telling me your own? I will not listen to it." "Oh, you have already heard it," said Raoul rather unsteadily, "except that I changed the name of the hulk. I was in the Ganges." "Oh, indeed. Well, it will be pleasant to return to familiar scenes. Though I suppose the ship's black hole will receive you for a while first. Have you sampled it yet?" Raoul came forward a little. He was as white as his torn shirt. "Oh, if you think I am going back alive to that hell, Captain Barrington, you are mistaken." His voice shook, but speech poured out of him so hot and fast that it was impossible to stop him. "You can stand there, in no danger of cruelty yourself, and use words which prove that you know to what you are condemning a fellow creature. I would not send my worst enemy to a prison ship. No, not even the man whose practices sent me there. And what have I done to you? Did you expect me, and directly you addressed me, against my will, on the road, and to tell you exactly who and what I was? Oh, my God! You would not care how many lies you told if you were fighting for your life. Yes, for your life. I was strong and well when I went to the Ganges. But go through even a few months of that degradation and starvation, and see what you are like at the end of them, and whether you would not almost sell what soul is left to you, rather than endure them again. And I am a prisoner of war, an officer like yourself, taken in fair fight, as you may be some day. No, you shall hear me. My name is Raoul de Sablières, a captain in the 3rd Hussars, and I am by rights a parole prisoner. But first I was sent to Norman Cross on a false accusation, and then to the hulks for attempting to escape from an imprisonment which I'd never merited. Would you not have done the same? Why should your country treat me as a criminal?" "Oh, because," said Hervey, a certain merciless satisfaction in his eyes, "and she happens, like most civilized nations, to regard the breach of military parole as a crime. Your case, I see, is plain, Monsieur Raoul de Sablières, and only too common amongst your compatriots. I really wonder at the leniency which sent you to the Norman Cross instead of direct to the hulks, and that is the more fitting place for a parole breaker." "I'm not a parole breaker." "For what were you sent to Norman Cross, then?" "No, I don't want to hear another farrago of lies, thanks. I've lost interest in your inventions. I only want—" But Raoul broke in stormily. "Oh, I see, there's no justice in England, and it is useless to plead with any Englishman in uniform. You, too, you do not know what it is to suffer injustice. You are of those who dispense it. If you knew a little—" "Oh, that is enough." Hervey stopped him. His face suddenly darkened. "I've listened to sufficient falsehoods. I'm not called upon to hear insults. Hand over your money and papers, and we will conclude this interview. In the morning you will be taken back to the Ganges to find what scope you can for your peculiar talents." He had had the pistol in his hand all this while, though he had dropped the barrel. With these words he raised it and once more covered his prisoner. "Now, please." Raoul put his hands behind him. "You can rob me, Captain Barrington," he said, slowly, coldly, and rolling the R's more than was habitual with him in English, "because I am in your power, in your house, to which you invited me. But I think you will not send me back to the Ganges tomorrow." "Indeed," retorted Hervey, with an appearance of interest. "And how are you going to prevent me?" "Ainsi," said Raoul between his teeth, his hands coming forward very subtly, and he launched himself at his enemy like a panther. He was so quick that he took Hervey by surprise, and got within the pistol's guard. His hands sought Captain Barrington's throat, and for a second or two they really wrestled, Hervey being hampered by the cocked pistol, which he feared to drop lest it should go off, and which he was equally determined not to use. Nor would he have called to Jeremy, but that worthy, hearing trampling feet, burst unsummoned through the cupboard, and at that Raoul, seeing that he was going to be taken in the rear, relaxed his grip. This was Hervey's opportunity. He also let go, stepped back a foot or two, and then his left fist, shooting out like lightning, landed a punishing blow on his assailant's mouth. Raoul's arms went wide. He reeled and would have gone down if Jeremy, hurrying round, had not caught, or rather captured him. "All right, Jeremy, though I didn't need you," said his master. "Can't he stand? Put him in that chair, and when he comes to, you can turn out his pockets. No, not yet. Wait a moment." The ex-coxswain deposited Raoul, unresisting and half-dazed, in the chair in which he had sat to eat his supper. Hardly knowing what he did, the young man put his elbows on the table, his head between his hands, and stared at the splashes of blood from his mouth as they appeared on the inlaid rosewood. Finally, he reached out a shaking hand for the napkin which still lay there, and held it to his lips. It was not consideration in Hervey Barrington which caused him to leave his prisoner time to recover. Far from it. He had been so deeply humiliated himself. His self-esteem had taken so intolerable a wound that if, as he guessed, it would humiliate as well as anger this young trickster to have his last hope taken from his own person, he should not suffer that ignominy hardly knowing what was happening to him. To ascertain whether he was still in that condition or no, he came over to the table and spoke to him. "You brought that blow on yourself," he said harshly. Raoul raised his head. His eyes were extraordinarily bright. He removed the blood-stained napkin and said, as distinctly as he could for his cut and swollen lip, "Oh, why did you not fire? Like a gentleman." "Was that what you were after?" exclaimed Hervey, a light breaking on him. "No, my friend. And in any case let me tell you that I don't believe in these heroics. You will have got the better of them tomorrow." He made a sign to Jeremy. "You can search him now." The order brought Raoul, unsteady as he was, to his feet again, and his glance at Jeremy was such that that worthy mariner hesitated. Raoul then turned the look on Jeremy's master. "What right have you to take my money?" he demanded fiercely. "I never asked you to bring me into your house." "If you will give it to me, it will not have to be taken from you," was all that Captain Barrington replied. "You will get 10 guineas for betraying me," went on Raoul, tense and quivering. "Oh, isn't that enough? And you do not run any risk. 2 of you, armed." "What are you waiting for?" said Hervey sharply to his henchman. He had reddened. "The money must be in his breeches pocket." This was obvious, since the torn shirt could now conceal nothing. The faithful Jeremy made to fling his weight upon the defiant figure, but before he could lay a finger on him, Raoul had snatched up the nearest candlestick, which was tall and of heavy Sheffield plate, and had aimed a savage blow with its base at his head. It missed and took the sailor on the shoulder. The next moment its giver was backed against the far wall by the window, clutching the candlestick like a mace. "You will have to divide that 10 guineas, Captain Barrington," he called out. But Jeremy, whose temper was roused by the blow, gave him no second chance of using his weapon. In the twinkling of an eye it was twisted out of his hand, and he himself pinned against the wall by sheer weight, his arms, in Jeremy's powerful grip, spread out on either side like those of a fruit tree. But even then, though he had him helpless, Jeremy could not search him, for he had not a hand to spare for the operation. Moreover, Raoul was still struggling hard to the best of his very limited ability. "Oh, keep still, you wildcat," said Jeremy, and gave him a hack on the shins with a solid footgear. "You'll have to help me, sir," he called over his shoulder. "Him like an eel." "How do, Captain Barrington?" laughed Raoul wildly. Don't let your servant do all the kicking. And take your beard out of my face, damn you. And Hervey had to come and help, after all, and what he suddenly felt was a sorry affair. The Frenchman might have the spirit of a wildcat, as Jeremy had called him, but he had little physical strength left to back it up. Indeed, after Hervey had torn the packet of notes out of one breeches pocket and a few papers and a map out of the other, the captive said in a changed voice to Jeremy, who still held him pinned against the wall, "If you will let me go now, I will not do anything. I... He frowned and shut his eyes. Hervey looked up from the notes he was examining by the centre table. "Let him go, Jeremy," he said abruptly. "It would be a nuisance if he were to faint." Jeremy dubiously relaxed his grip. Raoul opened his eyes, clenched his hands, and guiding himself by the wall, reached the window where the cool air was still coming in, gratefully. He sank down on its very wide, low sill and put his head against the side. Everything was finished, and he, too. "Is this money your own?" came Hervey Barrington's voice after a moment. "Oh, why talk about it any more?" But Raoul roused himself. "Oh, it has not been stolen until this last 5 minutes," he replied, without moving. His captor had in his hands, too, Juliana's letter to him at Norman Cross, which he had treasured as a sort of talisman, and some of her brief later ones also. Hervey finished his examination and looked across at the motionless figure on the window-seat. What was he going to do with him for the remainder of the night? The safest plan would undoubtedly be to tie him up. But that would mean manhandling him again, and he had had enough of that, for he found, to his surprise, that the prospect of mastering him once more rather sickened him. The first heat of his fury, indeed, was gone now. He pondered, with a frown, the feasibility of leaving him loose. Escape by the window was impossible, and he could run that very heavy chest of drawers in Lavinia's room against the cupboard door from the other side. Raoul suddenly turned his head. "May I have my pocket handkerchief?" he inquired, in a lifeless voice. His pockets had been rifled of that, too, and it lay on the table. It was obvious why he needed it. "Yes, if you will come and fetch it," replied Hervey, who wanted to get him into the light again for survey. With a stifled sigh, the young man rose and came, noiseless in his stockinged feet, the blood coursing anew down his chin from his lip. Hervey's eyes were drawn by 1 or 2 trickles on his chest, a good deal exposed by the now even more torn shirt. Leanness of that degree was almost emaciation. No, shame forbade any more rough handling. He would have to take just one precaution, however, in case that window proved too tempting, despite the chevaux de frise below. "Come here, Jeremy." He led the sailor aside and whispered to him, while Raoul, with his head bent, dabbed slowly at his lip with his recovered handkerchief. For the moment his brain felt empty of thought or plan. Besides, what use planning without a penny or even a coat to cover him? His body ached all over. He only wanted to sleep. How soon he would be able to. Unless Captain Barrington meant to have him removed and locked up this night. It was too late, surely. He went back to his place in the dark corner by the window and sat down again, patiently. "Oh, Juliana, he has taken your money away. Your money, curse him. Oh, I can do nothing now." "I want you to come away from that window, please," said Captain Barrington's icy voice once more. "There's something to be done in that corner. You can start there, Jeremy. Shut the window first." And once more Raoul obediently got up and came away. "I'll sit there, where I can see you." It mattered little where he was now, so Raoul sat at the table in the middle of the room, an elbow on it, and his handkerchief still pressed to his mouth. And suddenly he caught the eyes of his enemy looking at him, hard and cold, yet with something in them he could not read. He straightened himself, and defiance began to tingle once more along his veins. "Well, I hope you're satisfied with your revenge," he said. "Oh, by the way, it is not usually considered chivalrous to strike a woman." Hervey did not condescend to answer, and removed his gaze to the window, where Jeremy, mounted rather precariously upon a chair, was beginning to take down a curtain. "And how much?" went on Raoul jeeringly. "How much were they worth, your protestations and your mythical duenna of a sister, when the first thing you did was to force a midnight entrance by a secret door into the bedroom of the girl who had thrown herself upon your chivalry?" This imputation, at least, was more than Hervey Barrington could endure in silence. "Oh, it was my sister herself who discovered you and informed me," he said curtly, and half turned his back. Raoul shrugged his shoulders. "As I was asleep, I naturally cannot tell whether that is a farrago of lies or not. However, I'm glad to think," he went on, leaning back in his chair, "that I did not kiss your hand. But you—" He did not need to finish, for he saw the angry red mount into Captain Barrington's cheek, and he broke off into a laugh himself. "Which did you really prefer, the Signora or my sister? I have a sister, you know." "Oh, take down both curtains, idiot," said Hervey to the window. Raoul turned, and for the first time beheld what was happening there. His eyes lit up. "I'm not worthy of curtains in my prison," he inquired. "Or is it a regular déménagement? But you must allow me to assist. Your hired bully does not seem skilful." "Sit down," thundered Hervey. And, as if this had been a command to him, the unlucky Jeremy, stepping off the chair, became entangled at that moment in the released curtain, and he too sat down, very heavily, upon the floor. Raoul gave one wild little yell of laughter, and bending forward, buried his face in his hands and shook for a second or two. Then he raised his head expectantly, in time to see the coxswain get up ruefully, rubbing himself, and went off into another fit. It was genuine laughter, if a thought hysterical. "Now the other window," said Hervey crossly. "Oh, you will not allow me?" asked Raoul, looking up. "I'm not so heavy. The floor would suffer less." Hervey disregarded this, but it became too much for him when, Jeremy proceeding under his direction to dismantle the bed, Raoul deliberately moved his chair so that he could have a good view of the operation, which he punctuated by a running commentary of remarks, ostensibly to himself. "Oh, it really is a déménagement. But what an hour for it! I've always been told that the English are mad. Oh, the sheets, the blankets, the mattress too." For this, also, was being rolled up by the perspiring Jeremy. "I suppose that is to be burnt, because I have lain upon it. But I'm not verminous now. No, not in the least. Oh, how clever! He will tie it up with a bell-pull. But how will the good man get all that through the door? Oh, tiens, he's leaving the napkin." "How will you be quiet?" broke in Hervey savagely at last, for his henchman was getting so flustered under this fire of ridicule that the mattress burst from his grasp, and he had to assist him to re-roll it. "Oh, you young fool, can't you see that I'm putting myself to all this trouble merely to spare you? Oh, do you think I'm going to leave you loose in a room, with the means of letting yourself down from that window to your hand, and with a convenient mattress to throw on the spikes, if you were so crazy as to risk death or mutilation out there? If I left these things, I should have to tie you up hand and foot, and I make a sailor's, not a landsman's knots. Put those things through into Miss Barrington's room, Jeremy. She will not be sleeping there tonight, and I will come and secure the cupboard door. Now, do you understand, mountebank?" "Yes," said Raoul. He stood up. "You are indeed kind to spare me a night in bonds, and to take away from the bad child the means of doing itself a mischief. I suppose I must set it against your having also taken away my liberty, and refused to take my life. Never mind, Captain Barrington. I dare say I can find a means of getting rid of that, if the worst comes to the worst. And although you do not believe in heroics, I wish you good repose." Hervey gave him a long, stern look, and without a word turned on his heel and went towards the cupboard. "How you walk," observed Raoul softly after him, "reminds me strongly of that of my dear and faithless Thomas." The door of the cupboard slammed. A moment later came sounds of a heavy object being put against its farther door. Raoul stood motionless, listening. When all sounds, even in the passage outside, had ceased, his figure relaxed, and he turned and sat down somewhat suddenly, and stared at the floor, his head between his fists. He remained in that attitude for a considerable time. And then, after a glance at what had once been a comfortable bed, he curled himself up like a boy in a large chair, his head on the arm, and lay there perfectly still. He was tired to the point of exhaustion, and more than tired. Now and again a long sigh shook him, but there was no other sound, and when, about an hour later, the moon was able to look in at the uncurtained windows, he had straightened himself out a little, and she could see his upturned, sleeping face. And she tried, first, to smooth out the contractions in it with the same silver touch which had revealed them, and then, pitying this haggard Endymion who was dreaming, not of Diane's kiss, but of the realms of the dead, she withdrew her light behind a bank of cloud, and the room sank again into darkness. Chapter 5. The Cruise of the Kestrel. Quote, "He now felt a degree of regret with which he had never been before acquainted, and he was long before he could be reconciled to himself." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 4. The household at Fairhaven might have been put about the previous night as never within living memory, Miss Barrington, despite her protests, sleeping in her brother's room, and Captain Barrington in his dressing-room, Miss Lavinia's own room, all upside down and full of curtains and mattresses and bell-ropes. These permutations on account of the presence of a French hussy, alleged by Jeremy, when he at last sought the connubial chamber, to be a young man. Yet even this spiritual and physical turmoil had no power to make Mrs. Jeremy late with breakfast next morning. But brother and sister alike ate her excellent fare rather silently. Hervey had told Lavinia overnight as much as he had a mind to, and he did not amplify his information this morning, nor, curiously, did Miss Lavinia animadvert in her wonted style either upon the humour of the situation or upon his share in the epic of the spare bedroom, of which she had already wrested a fuller version from John Jeremy. She was, in truth, regretting with all her heart that she had let Hervey into the secret of her discovery. For one thing, she fancied she could have had a much better laugh at him afterwards if she had allowed him, all unsuspecting, to dispatch Mademoiselle on her way to Portsmouth. For another, the lad himself would not now be on the point of return to that horrid captivity, from which he had employed so much ingenuity to escape. It was true that Hervey was not displaying any great haste to inform the authorities of his presence, but she knew that it was useless to try to move him from the performance of what he considered his duty. And, any vindictive feelings apart, no doubt it was his duty to deliver up the fugitive. Miss Lavinia glanced at the clock as she rose from the breakfast table and opened the casement window onto the jasmine and climbing rose. Down below, the little square garden lay smiling in the August sun, refreshed to a new greenness by a heavy dew, and sending up the invisible incense of stocks and lavender. The mulberry tree hung its ripening fruit over the old teak bench. Sparkling and singing and very blue, the river poured by. A couple of wagtails were taking excited little runs over the grass. Farther on were the clustered houses of Old Stowey, pricked with masts, but from here the actual mouth of the estuary could not be seen. Hervey's sailing boat, the Kestrel, was tugging gently at her mooring buoy in mid-channel. What a morning to go back to prison! And such a prison! "Has your captive had anything to eat yet?" asked Miss Barrington casually, as she picked a sprig of jasmine. her brother was turning over the pages of a nautical almanac. "No, I don't suppose he has," he answered, in an indifferent tone. "Then, if you will forgive my suggesting it, would it not be as well to send him up something, if he has later to take the journey back to Plymouth, or even to go to the lock-up here? Oh, I don't know what your plans are," she added, half apologetically. "Send him up something," repeated Captain Barrington, laying down the almanac. "Oh, you talk, Lavinia, as if Mrs. Jeremy could go in carrying breakfast, as to a guest. Do you know that your poor tired boy fought like a demon last night, and that it took the two of us to hold him?" Now, Miss Lavinia did know this, but she was making great efforts after discretion, and perhaps not altogether successfully, since she objected. "But even if he is such a desperate character, surely Jeremy could venture in, and provided that you were there to protect him, with your pistol." Captain Barrington's face darkened, and he turned to his almanac again. "Oh, surely, you cannot really think it is too dangerous to go in," resumed his sister, still with that unusual note of pleading in her voice. "And to give him an extra dose of starvation, when you know it is what he is going back to. I've heard that the food in the prison ships is almost uneatable. To do that, just because you are annoyed with him, is so unlike you that I'm sure it can only be because you have forgotten that you have given no orders." "Why do you think it is so unlike me?" asked Hervey. He had his back turned and was fidgeting with his book. "You do not know of what a man is capable when he is annoyed, as you call it." "I did not know, myself, until last night," he added, in a voice so low that his sister did not catch it. "But it is quite true," he concluded, turning round, "that I'd forgotten the question of food. I will rectify the omission." "I was sure you had," said Miss Lavinia, and as he rang the bell, she smiled at him, like a grey-haired angel. But Hervey did not take the pistol when he accompanied Jeremy to the prisoner's room, for he had learnt the uselessness of that weapon in the hands of a man who is determined not to use it to kill, does not wish to use it to wound, and knows that, as a threat, it has no power whatever. He would not have gone there at all, but that it was, plainly, necessary that someone should unlock and guard the door for Jeremy, encumbered as he was with a tray, and liable to be sprung upon. However, the prisoner did not spring on John Jeremy when he entered. He did not greet him in any way whatever, as Hervey, outside, holding the door just ajar, was aware. He heard Jeremy deposit the tray upon something, after which there was dead silence for a moment, and then his gruff voice, with a note of alarm in it. "Oh, Captain Barrington, and please to come in at once, sir." Hervey's own heart gave the most unexpected twist in his breast. Oh, the boy had somehow cut his throat, or hanged himself. Oh, why had he not foreseen this? He went in, so sure of it that he did not lock the door. The large form of Jeremy seemed to obscure everything. "Oh, he's gone, sir. He's not in the room, unless he's in the wardrobe yonder." "Oh, gone? Oh, yes, by George, the window was open. Oh, but that was suicide also, and God knew that that had been made clear. No, he must be in the room somewhere, under the bed, in the powdering closet. The open window was merely a ruse, and Jeremy was a fool, and he too." He snatched the key from the lock outside and fastened the door. "Have you looked under the bed?" No, Jeremy had not. He did it there and then, while Hervey wrenched open the door of the big mahogany wardrobe. Quite empty. He was hiding in the closet, then. Could he possibly have pushed aside the barrier and got into Lavinia's room? They would soon see. And they did. The closet was as empty as the wardrobe, and the far door immovable. Yes, the captive was indubitably gone. And since he had been deprived of all, even the most makeshift means of letting himself down from that high window, and there existed on that bare wall no natural ones, he must have jumped, or let himself fall. In that case... Harvey Barrington, who had fought at Trafalgar, turned white. He was for a moment on the point of ordering Jeremy, who was still gazing round the cupboard, to go first and look out of the window. But it was he himself who had driven the boy to it, and he must face the consequences of his action. He went over to the open window, stood for a second or two, and then put his head out. He had already in his mind so vivid a picture of that light, half-clad body transfixed on the hellish invention below, that the fact of there being nothing there did not convey itself immediately to his brain. And when it did, it seemed so incredible that for a flash he thought his eyes were playing him a trick. "Oh, Jeremy, come here." Serious and heavy-footed, Jeremy came. "There's nothing, after all, on those spikes, is there?" And Jeremy looked out. "No, sir, nothing. He must have jumped clear of him somehow." They stared at each other. Then Hervey, leaning back against the wall, passed his hand over his eyes. "There's not a rag on him, sir, not a mark, so far as I can see," continued Jeremy, his head out of the window again. "Well, unless someone's took him off him, he never fell on him at all." "But he couldn't fly," said Hervey, feeling an odd disposition to laugh. Once more he looked down at that naked wall. And there was nothing we had forgotten in the room, was there, that he could have used? And then, to Jeremy, the slow-witted, came the solution. "Oh, begging your pardon, sir," he said, touching him on the arm. "It seems to me he've gone up, not down. Oh, put your head out again, sir, and you'll see as he could have got up, being active-like, and hard put to it." Hervey looked. Yes, by standing outside on the window ledge, a man of moderate height could certainly manage to grasp the leaden rain gutter which ran along just under the roof. But he would have to be very athletic, or desperate, to pull himself up by that alone, added to which a gutter of that sort was not so firmly fixed in place as designedly to carry such a weight. And this one had been up for many years. "Good God," said Hervey, staring up at it, and then down at the spikes. How could he have trusted himself to so horribly inadequate a support, with those points waiting down below all the time? "Oh, no doubt he helped himself a bit by the corner here, sir, where the wall juts out," proceeded Jeremy, developing his discovery. "Oh, got his feet against it, or his knees. A nasty climb, though, sir. Makes your blood turn, in a manner of speaking, and his weight has brought away the gutter a little. Lucky for him it didn't break loose altogether." "Yes," assented his master shortly. He had had enough of that gutter, and straightway abandoned the contemplation of it. But when once he was on the roof, he continued, he would find no great difficulty, I imagine, in climbing down the other side of the house, into the garden, because of the ivy. "Oh, child's play to this, sir," pronounced Jeremy, bringing his head in again. "But, for all we know, him on the roof still." "I doubt it," said Captain Barrington. "But I suppose we had better make sure. We will not, however, take his route there." They emerged, indeed, in a more prosaic manner by the trap-door in the attic provided for the purpose, and, as Hervey had expected, found neither the fugitive nor any traces of his passage. Scanning the view of the river and the countryside afforded by their present elevation, John Jeremy gave vent to a wonder as to where the wildcat was to now, and his master wondered also. Not far away, probably. He would never get any distance in that scanty and torn attire, and with no money. He was bound to be recaptured sooner or later, for all that he had risked a horrible death to win clear of Fairhaven. And now it was his business to go out and, by setting the hounds on his trail, carry out last night's threats and complete his own revenge. But the minutes went by, and still Captain Barrington stood there on the roof with his hands behind his back. For over the grinning visions which had been so hot in his brain last night, the vision of the Signora and her mythical love and desertion, the Signora he had so decorously and absurdly left in the garden, of the sister and her even more successful onslaught on his sympathy and credulity, memories which made him grind his teeth over his own gullibility. There was scored, palimpsest-wise, another picture of a dazed figure with a bleeding mouth caught in Jeremy's unsparing hold. Oh, surely, in that savage hour upstairs, he had settled his account with the culprit. Yes, the business of informing was too distasteful. Let the government find and catch its lost prize, if it liked. After that crazy climb, he was not going to join in the hunt. The boy was too game. Yet it must be confessed that to this volte-face of Hervey Barrington's there contributed also, since the motives for any resolve are seldom unmixed, a faint dislike to owning that his prisoner had given him the slip, and an absolute horror of having to acknowledge that he himself had, in the first instance, been completely duped as to that prisoner's sex. For now he saw, and wondered at his tardy perception of it, that this fact would certainly have to be revealed, or how should he account for the Frenchman's presence in his house at all? He turned quickly round. "Jeremy," he said, in his quarterdeck voice, "as long as an escaped French prisoner was under my roof, it was my duty to hand him over to the authorities, and I should have done it this morning. But, all things considered, I do not intend to inform them that he has been here and has escaped. His whereabouts will be discovered quite soon enough. So, not a word to anyone outside the house about last night's business. I do not choose to be the subject of idle gossip. Is that clear?" "Aye, aye, sir," replied John Jeremy, and saluted him among the chimney-pots. "Am I to tell Hannah the same, sir?" "I will see Mrs. Jeremy myself on the matter," replied his master, walking towards the trapdoor. "A curious thing, sir," observed Jeremy, half shyly, rubbing a hand up and down his trousers. "But she won't, in a manner of speaking, believe me when I say the young lady which she saw was a young man." "Oh, won't she?" returned Hervey rather grimly. "Oh, we will have her up, then, and show her the climb he did." "Oh, me taking down them curtains has upset her proper," observed Hannah's spouse. "I doubt if she'll make much account of any climb till they'm back in their places again. Let me go first and hold the ladder, sir." And as Captain Barrington had decreed, so it was at Fairhaven. Mrs. Jeremy, indeed, when she had received her orders, remarked, but not to their giver, that she had no desire to gossip about a French hussy having been brought after dark into the house, and Miss Lavinia, with her own accusing conscience, was only too delighted to obey the order to hold her tongue, though it was more than probable that the precaution would be useless. But no news of the fugitive came to Fairhaven, and Hervey, though he kept his ears open and stowy that afternoon, he could not, naturally, put any questions, heard nothing. He had no idea in what direction the young man had gone in his forlorn endeavour, evidently not across the river, or he would surely have taken the skiff, of whose convenient presence he was, as Hervey remembered, very well aware. It was Miss Lavinia who made the only discovery worth mention, and even that led nowhere, which was that a large stem of ivy had been torn away from the wall of the house, about 10 feet from the ground, on the garden front. And it seemed quite probable that this minor catastrophe marked the path of the wildcat, and that he himself had accompanied the ivy, and added a more or less severe fall, though upon grass, to his other disabilities. Miss Barrington started for Exeter next morning, and Hervey, left alone once more, found his mind dwelling, with ever less appreciation of his own part in it, on that scene in the spare bedroom. Yes, he had behaved like a brute. He did not blame himself for having detained an escaping enemy, nor for having deprived him of his only means of further flight, his money. Though it was deuced awkward to know what he was going to do with it now that he had it, since he had resolved not to inform the authorities of the owner's presence and escape. Lavinia had suggested the poor box, but that did not seem quite the right destination for someone else's banknotes. The letters taken from the captive, as a cursory glance had shown, were from an Englishwoman. Hervey did not read them. If the young man were recaptured, and he got to know of it, he would try to return them to him. Perhaps his money, too. He knew his name, or at least the name he went by, and the letters bore it also. Oh, but as to believing his story of injured innocence, no. The boy was too clever, too good an actor. But he did wish that he had not given him that unnecessary and ferocious blow. A spectator would have said that it was thoroughly justified and dealt in self-defence. Hervey knew that it was neither, and was aware of what exactly had inspired it, though he did not wish to name the feeling. If only he had not been so blind at the outset, had drawn the right conclusions from what now seemed so obvious, the height, unusual in a woman, the voice, too deep, the reluctance to attract attention. At bay upstairs, in his proper attire, the masquerader had looked so much younger and slighter, and so much more spent. And that accusing picture was before him again. He turned his gaze away from it. Late in the afternoon, having succeeded in banishing the scene and its protagonist from the surface, at least, of his mind, and seeing the prospect of a fine evening, he decided to go for a sail. The Kestrel paid off slowly, under mainsail and jib, her owner at the helm, but very soon Fairhaven was left behind, and the first river-huddled houses of Stowey were slipping past, old dwellings which looked as if they had sprung up by natural growth on their piles or ancient tide-greened walls. "Not many craft in the river today," murmured Captain Barrington. "Oh, I see a Brixham trawler over there," grumbled his satellite. "What be doing here, I wonder?" "I'll come to sell fish, probably." "Those Stowey men can catch their own fish, I reckon," replied Jeremy indignantly. "And look at the berth he's put himself in." Hervey smiled. "Oh, I see a vessel ahead which has chosen a worse. When did that schooner run ashore on the whale's back?" For, half a mile or so farther down the river, on the invisible shoal which was the bane of Stowey harbour, lay a large schooner. Her tilted hull and masts gave her an odd effect of floating at an angle. But Captain Barrington was aware that she was not floating. "Grounded 2 days ago, sir, in the Neap. Have to wait for the next spring tide to fetch her off. Dunno where she hailed from. Her crew's all gone ashore. Topsail now, sir." "Not yet," replied his master, though they were past the harbour, where Stowey River widened to the dignity of an estuary before it gave itself to the sea, and here he commonly shook out the Kestrel's extra plumage. But this evening he was content to slip gently along with what sail she was carrying, his eyes fixed ahead on the mild unrest of the bar, thinking of that calamity of his own, which was woven in such unfading colours on the arras of his mind. It needed but a touch to set the tapestry swaying, and the whole scene would spring to life again. And the stranded schooner there in the sunlight had done it, though it was an uncharted rock, not a sandbank, which had sunk HMS Suffolk that dark October night off the Scillies. The court-martial had acquitted our captain, who was indeed perfectly blameless, condemnation being pretty equally divided between a faulty chart and the sailing master. But Hervey Barrington never got another ship. How was it likely? A man who had lost a 74. And very shortly afterwards, in 1811, came the flimsy pretext on which he, at 39, experienced, competent, and ambitious, was put on half pay. In wartime, he might be blameless, but he had lost a 74. And yet that voice had said the other night with such indignant scorn, "How you do not know what it is to suffer injustice, you who are of those who dispense it." How did he not? Why else was he here now, idly steering this little craft, all that was left him to command? He roused himself from his bitter and useless contemplation. John Jeremy, sitting sideways on the weather combing, was contemplating him, and Hervey's reserve fretted even under his gaze. "Oh, that schooner looks berthed for a month," he observed in a matter-of-fact tone, gazing at her as they approached the sandbank. Broken water indicated the shallow, but no sand was visible. "We will go to larboard of Old Whalesback for a change." From habit, he nearly always took the right-hand channel. "Oh, really, I hardly know this side of the river. Who has got old John Wood's farm now? Oh, that is it not?" he asked, pointing over the dancing water at the solitary standing farmhouse, about a furlong from the edge of the river, which they were just leaving behind them. "Aye, sir, it is. A nasty, low-lived, ill-conditioned set there now, from all I hears. 3 brothers of the name of Willis. Foreigners they be," said Jeremy, meaning, of course, not true Devon men. "Will you have topsail up now, sir?" "Oh, in a moment. The foreigners seem excited about something," observed Hervey, craning his neck to look behind him, as a sudden outburst of shouts and yells came clearly over the intervening quarter-mile or so of water. "How likely their bees has swarmed on one of them," suggested Jeremy unemotionally. Standing amidships, he gazed back, shading his eyes with his horny palms. "No, they'm chasing one of the hands, with pitchforks too. He'm running for dear life, making for the river. And do we look, sir?" Hervey brought the kestrel farther into the wind and let her hang, twisting himself to see. Something of an agitating nature was certainly taking place at the abode of the brothers Willis. 8 or 10 men, with a woman or 2 among them, had suddenly poured themselves out in a stream from behind the previously quiet farmhouse, shouting, yelling, and, most of them, brandishing either a stick, a hoe, or, as Jeremy had discerned, the deadly pitchfork. Hervey's eye caught the pursuers first, and then was aware of the pursued, a slender, scantily clad figure, which, with only a few yards' advantage of the foremost, was running like a deer for the water. Captain Barrington gave vent to an exclamation. His mouth tightened. "Oh, stand by, Jeremy. I'm going about." The kestrel's already wavering sail flapped. She rolled, hesitated, and then obeyed and began to make for the scene of the drama. Even as she came about, the fleeing figure had reached the water's edge, and, stumbling a little, waded in waist deep, and then struck out vigorously. A redoubled shout of rage went up from the pursuers, and one, with a yell, hurled his pitchfork at the swimmer. The rest contented themselves with imprecations and stones from the foreshore. Hervey Barrington, standing up at the helm, was shouting too. "Oh, stop that, you brutes! Oh, stop it, I say!" But his voice, even if it carried to the ears of the infuriated group at the water's edge, had no effect. Meanwhile the swimmer, his head a dark object amid the splashes of the fusillade of stones, none of which, luckily, seemed to be reaching their mark, forged slowly on towards mid-stream, using the overarm stroke, but always with the same arm. Although he was not swimming quickly, he was drawing away from the kestrel as well as from the shore, and Hervey's eyes were so keenly fixed on that head and arm as not to notice that the wind had fallen into one of those sudden little lulls common in a harbour, and that the cutter was now making very little headway indeed. "He's swimming very oddly," said Captain Barrington aloud. "I wonder if those devils did get a pitchfork into him, after all. And where is he making for? Oh, he'll never get over to the other side. If he has any wits left, he'll make for the stranded schooner. I suppose he doesn't know there's no one on board. Oh, damn it, the wind's dropped." Jeremy, already conscious of this fact, brought his gaze back from the peak of the mainsail. "Was it him, sir, the Frenchie?" Of course it is. We will pick him up, if we can. A topsail, Jeremy, as quick as possible. But even in the short time it took to set the extra sail, it began to seem a little doubtful if they would be able to accomplish this design. Hervey, hauling on the topsail halyards, knew instinctively that the swimmer, now almost in mid-stream, was in difficulties. He cursed himself for having stood staring instead of getting the rest of the canvas on sooner. However, in a moment or two, the kestrel responded to the new impetus, and began to cut through the water as if she knew what was required of her, and rejoiced to do it. But for all that, the outgoing tide, not his own efforts now, was sweeping her quarry away from her and round the other side of the whale's back. Hervey could see that he had abandoned the effort of swimming, and, devoting his energies merely to keeping afloat, had thrown himself onto his back. Shouts came from the disappointed group on shore as, midway between them and the shoal, the kestrel shot past on the now fresher breeze, but Hervey did not even turn his head. A prisoner, a French prisoner, came to his ears. Oh, let them bawl, he thought disgustedly. But from where he stood at the tiller, the French prisoner was no longer visible. He had disappeared entirely round the northern point of the shoal. Oh, Hervey swore. But next moment the kestrel also was past the point, and he looked over his left shoulder. No, the young man was still afloat, but struggling. Ready, Jeremy. Like a bird checking in flight, the kestrel went about, rounded the bubbling, sucking sand, and was chasing up the deep water the other side. Hold on 1 moment more, shouted Hervey to the half-swimmer, half-flotsam, a few yards ahead on his starboard bow. The topsail was already down, the jib coming in under Jeremy's skilled hands. In another second or two, the mainsail itself came down with a run. Even then, as was almost inevitable, they overshot him a little, but he had enough wits left in him to understand what was happening, and as the big boat glided by, he made an effort to fight her wash and get alongside. Leaning over, Hervey threw him a rope, and, rather to his surprise, the young man compassed a few painful strokes and seized it as it trailed past him. "Excellent," shouted Hervey. "Hold tight now." And he began to haul in. The kestrel's way was spending itself. In another moment or two she would be stationary, except for the tide. Oh, and only just in time, too, thought Captain Barrington, as hand over hand he pulled in the rope, not very fast for fear of jerking it out of the hold, whose only strength lay probably in its desperation, and which was, he saw, a one-handed hold to boot. And no, I don't think you need go overboard, Jeremy, for that mariner already had his coat off. Hold on to the slack of this, so that I can use both my hands to get him in. And we must be careful that we don't overset in doing it. Oh, here we are. He was alongside, yes, sodden and panting, and exhausted almost to the point of unconsciousness. But as Hervey leant over the side to clutch him, the half-closed eyes, under the plastered, dripping hair, opening, met his, and into them shot the next instant such a look of horror and aversion as turned Hervey cold. "You! You! No!" gasped Raoul de Sablières, loosed his frantic grip of the rope, threw up his arms, and went instantly under. Half-stunned though he was with the shock of it, Hervey made a quick mechanical grab at the disappearing body, but in vain. The next second a resounding splash announced that John Jeremy, for once not waiting for orders, had entered the estuary, and John Jeremy swam like a porpoise. "Wait till you see where he comes up," said Hervey quietly. He was very pale. In another moment something reappeared a few yards away, something that now had no more volition of its own than a drifting spar. With half a dozen powerful strokes, Jeremy reached and secured it, and was shortly treading water alongside, holding the inert head and shoulders out of the water, while the rest of the lax body showed a disposition to be sucked under the cutter's keel. "Will this, or whatever it is, hold, I wonder?" muttered Hervey, twisting one hand into something white, fastened across the almost bare breast like a scarf. Oh yes, I think so. Now, 1, 2, 3. A heave, a jerk, a grab at the trailing legs, a certain tilting and rocking on the kestrel's part, a moment's uncertainty and balancing on the gunwale, and Captain Barrington had got his prisoner back again. Chapter 6. Revenge and Hervey Barrington. Quote, the consciousness that his sentiments were just and his intention kind was scarcely sufficient to support him. End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 17. By the time that John Jeremy had scrambled on board once more, shaken himself like a huge Newfoundland, and come thudding aft, his master was no longer occupied in treating the rescued man as a case of drowning, but was listening to his heart. "Oh, I'm sure he cannot have swallowed much water in the short time he was under," he observed, looking up at his henchman. "He has only collapsed from exhaustion, I think. All the same." He glanced down again at his recovered captive. The young Frenchman was indeed a sorry spectacle as he lay there unconscious, quietly drenching the bottom boards to an extent which was surprising in view of the small amount of clothing left on him by this time. He had his breeches, and those torn at one knee, portions of his shirt clinging to him, the scarf-like object by which Hervey had hauled him in, and absolutely nothing else, for shoes and stockings alike were gone from his cut and bleeding feet. And when Hervey slipped his hand under the wet, heavy head, a diluted little crimson trickle began to course over his own wrist, and he saw that a stone had struck the swimmer near the right ear, and though the damage done did not appear to be serious. "Yes, the most important thing, I fancy, is to keep him warm," he went on, lifting his prize a little. "I'm afraid there's no brandy on board. Worse luck. Get that old boat cloak of mine from the locker forward. The spare jib, too, would not come amiss." And he began stripping off the soaked rags of shirt, and discovering in the puzzling scarf, when he unknotted it, a close resemblance to one of his own huckaback towels. Another discovery was the greatly swollen and discoloured state of one of the limp wrists, the result of more rough handling, perhaps, like the big bruise on one shin, and that disfiguring cut on the lip, which showed up so vividly and so reproachfully on the surrounding pallor. And those marks had not been the work of an excited rabble who scarcely knew what they were doing. "Oh, I take it, sir," observed Jeremy, handing him the boat cloak, "that you don't intend giving him up to them Willises." "I do not," replied his master shortly. He finished wrapping up his capture, rose to his feet, and looked across to the other shore to see if the individuals in question were still watching and still expectant, and to find, somewhat to his astonishment, that he could not see the shore and farmhouse at all. The kestrel was so near the shoal that the bulk of the careened schooner entirely blotted them out. At this discovery, a very unexpected idea came to Hervey Barrington, and he demanded of Jeremy whether at the actual moment of getting the Frenchman aboard they had been screened by the schooner, as they were now. He could not himself tell, since his back had been towards her all the time. "Aye, sir," replied that mariner, "and we was. I happened to notice particular, and she were nicely to lee of us. And them Willises over there couldn't have seen a thing. Oh, don't you want him even to know, sir, in a manner of speaking, as we pulled him out?" "No, in a manner of speaking, I don't," returned Hervey, compressing his lips and doing some very rapid thinking. He unfolded the spare jib and spread it completely over the motionless figure at his feet. "Oh, I shall keep the affair in my own hands now. Get the sails up, and we will stand over to the other side, within hailing distance, that is, and tell those savages that the French prisoner sank before we could get to him, sank under our very eyes, and did not come up again, and that, as the tide is running out fast, it is not likely that his body will ever be recovered. Do you understand?" A slow, appreciative grin spread over his myrmiden's broad countenance. "Oh, Lord love you, sir, yes. and they'll believe you when you sings out who you is. And then, shall we put back home?" "It's what I should like to do," replied his master, glancing down at the sailcloth, which looked rather like a pall. "But it would seem rather too suspicious if we did, since we were so plainly standing out to sea before, and only came about to find out what was going on. No, we will beat out to sea for a little while, and then, when the light has faded somewhat, bring the Frenchman in and get him to bed. Tomorrow will be plenty of time to tell the constable about him." And Captain Barrington's bold lie, shouted in an authoritative voice to the still expectant Willises and their retinue from a safe distance, was evidently believed without hesitation, to judge from the angry dejection which it caused. And no doubt they were after the 10 guineas reward, the ruffians, thought Hervey Barrington to himself, as the Kestrel once more swung seaward, and incontinently felt his own cheeks burn. 2 nights ago he himself had been taunted with having the same ignoble aim. When they were well away from the shore, he stooped and turned back the jib. Provided they kept him warm, the unavoidable delay in getting him into a bed would surely not do the fugitive much harm, for he was young enough to fling off the effects of exhaustion, and he should have the best of care that night. But when the sail was withdrawn, Hervey was uncomfortably startled by the aspect of the face at his feet, so desperately white and pinched against the folds of the boat-cloak. And by gad, what a fool he was! There was some brandy in the forward locker, some that had been there for a long time. Even as he thought of this, and determined to get it, there was a movement in the prostrate figure. The closed eyes half opened, the lips said something in French, and an arm extricated itself from the boat-cloak. "Oh, come and take the tiller, Jeremy," called Captain Barrington, "and keep an eye on him. He's coming too." And he himself went quickly forward to the little cuddy and hunted for the brandy bottle. He had just laid his hand on it when he was aware of a sudden commotion in the stern, a shout from Jeremy, followed by a cry, a sort of sob of anguish, and coming hastily out he saw what looked like a tussle going on. Amazed and angry, he hurried aft. But whatever had been happening was over when he got there, and Raoul de Sablières, freed entirely from the boat-cloak, now lay in a huddled heap at Jeremy's feet. "What on earth have you been doing to him?" demanded Hervey sternly, stooping over the thin, bare shoulders. "Oh, nothing, sir, but pull him back," replied Jeremy earnestly. "He come to, like, and look round, and seem to see where he is. And then I think he sees you, sir, and he gives hisself one heave, and gets hisself half over the gunwale before I knows what he is about. And so I catches hold of the nearest bit of him I can grab, and pulls him back. And what else was I to do, sir? And when I lays hold of him he sings out and tumbles back like that. Oh, that's all I did, upon my oath, Captain Barrington. Him light-headed, sure, to try to throw hisself overboard after all your trouble, sir." Oh, light-headed. If so, his resolve to fling away his life rather than return to the prison ship was all the more innately steely. This was the the third attempt. Decidedly, it had been no figure of speech, that threat. Hervey was half afraid to touch him now. But, mercifully, perhaps, Jeremy's rough method of salvation, no doubt he had unwittingly caught him by the damaged wrist, had thrown the captive back into semi-consciousness. He evidently did not know who it was that wrapped him up again, first putting his own coat on him this time. But the pain of having his injured arm slipped, however carefully, into the sleeve, made him catch his breath sharply. Laisse-moi, tu me fais mal," he said indistinctly, and without opening his eyes. Hervey buttoned the coat over him and put the brandy to his lips. "Just drink this," he said persuasively. "Je voudrais être tranquille," murmured the young man. "Dormir." His voice died away. He could swallow, however, and Hervey got some brandy down his throat and rearranged the sail under his head. Oh, good God, what a wreck the boy looked. 2 days had done it. 2 days without food. Oh, no doubt, since he had no money, without shelter, almost without clothes. And was he to be handed over to justice tomorrow in this condition, thrown into the lock-up at Stowey in the company of drunken and quarrelsome mariners and masterless men? Hervey rose from his knees and sat down by Jeremy in the stern sheets, and in a low voice bade him listen to his instructions. As he had so successfully drowned the fugitive, he proposed to keep him drowned a little longer. Bates, the constable, would be only too glad that Captain Barrington should look after his lawful charge for a few days, until the latter recovered from his immersion and exposure. He would see Bates tomorrow and make that right with him. The rabble at the waterside farm would be dispersed by now. If not, he must run the risk of their discovering his trick. "So, we will stand in at once, Jeremy," he concluded, "and get home as soon as possible. Though, I'm afraid, by the way the wind has dropped in the last few minutes, and that we shall not make Fairhaven very quickly." He was right. By the time they had worn ship and gone 5 minutes or so, at no great speed, upon their homeward tack, the breeze had still further died down, and they were barely moving over the water. And as Hervey now became aware, shivers were running over the figure at his feet, half conscious or asleep, though it seemed to be. And there was nothing further that he could wrap round him now. "We cannot waste time like this," he said in an undertone to Jeremy. "We must get out the sweeps and pull in." A look of dismay crossed that individual's countenance. "Don't you remember, sir, as I took him by your orders last week to have him repaired, and 'tain't done yet?" "So you did," said Hervey. "What a misfortune!" He bit his lip. "We're making some headway, sir," said the steersman consolingly, "and likely when sun sets we'll get a breeze." "Yes," said Hervey, "but meanwhile—" After a second's hesitation he knelt down, lifted Raoul de Sablières into his arms, and sat down on the bottom boards with him across his knees, holding him close to see if the contact would warm him, and praying that he would not open his eyes and recognize him. His prayer was heard. After a while, too, the young man ceased to shiver. He even buried his face in silence against his enemy's shoulder. And so the Kestrel dawdled homewards under the hues of coming sunset, and Hervey sat with his victim's damp head against his breast, and wished his work undone, and despite a mocking voice that whispered to him, "You're grown deuced squeamish all of a sudden." Yes, that might be, but he had been deuced brutal first, and all because he had been made to feel ridiculous. And that did not seem to matter now. And since the masquerader had paid dearly enough for his mumming, and he himself turned with so much disgust, to-day, from his own figure as memory showed it to him, he resolved, looking down on that brine-tangled hair, that he would write to the transport office and try to get the boy's case investigated, for it seemed to him that behind the 2 desperate attempts of the last hour to be done with life, there did really, perhaps, lie some great injustice suffered. And, if that were so, the authorities might be persuaded to order him back to the lesser hardships of a land prison. How truly Hervey Barrington had done with revenge. But his revenge had not yet done with him. By this time his position had become somewhat cramped, but when he shifted it a little, the head on his breast moved too. "Are we nearly there?" suddenly asked its owner, in a dreamy voice. And as Hervey hesitated, not knowing what to reply, Raoul went on. "Oh, surely we are off the coast of France now. We've been so long at sea. Oh, let me look." And he made an effort to raise himself. "No, no, lie still," said Hervey, involuntarily tightening his grasp. "Oh, all is well, and you will soon be where you wish. Oh, God forgive me," he added, mentally. Raoul gave a long sigh of contentment and fell back again. But after a moment he went on, rather less clearly. "You're very good to me, to take me after all, now that I have no money. But I will pay you somehow, never fear. A man at some place, I forget, 2 men, and they took it all away. Tiens, it is strange," he added reminiscently, "but when I swam out to you, I thought I saw his face in the boat. Am I ill, that you hold me like this?" "You had a long swim," replied Hervey, rather hoarsely, transfixed by the fear that he would look up and recognize him. Yet what other course was open to him? He could not have left the fugitive to drown, and the lie which had been told him was for his very life's sake. But somehow Hervey wished it had been any other lie. Raoul roamed on, less coherently still. "Yes, I swam twice. And my wrist, it hurt too much. I think it is broken. I fell, a long time ago, climbing somewhere. There was ivy. Mais qu'elle m'importe, maman me guérira." And with these words he relapsed into silence again. Hervey, looking cautiously down, saw with relief that his eyes were shut once more, saw, too, with a pang to which he could not have put a name, that there was a smile on the disfigured mouth. It would be his task to break that dream. The trend of this conversation had by now penetrated the mind of John Jeremy, and, bending forward to his master's ear, he inquired if he had rightly apprehended that the Frenchie imagined the Kestrel was taking him to France. And Hervey, corroborating this deduction, impressed on his henchmen the distasteful necessity of keeping up this delusion, lest they should have trouble again with the fugitive, a course which Jeremy cordially approved, for, as he muttered, the lad was a proper wildcat. The after hues of sunset had changed from rose to saffron, from saffron to palest green, and the fair star was trembling over the last bank of cloud in the west before their destination came in sight. The wildcat lay very quiet in Hervey's hold, only babbling now and then in his own tongue of France and of his mother, and occasionally of someone called Le Neveu, in the port of Morlaix, but with so much incoherence that it was plain he was half light-headed, so that it might be hoped he would not yet recognize the trick which, out of sheer mercy, was being played on him. But if he did, how on earth should they persuade him to enter the skiff and be landed? He would certainly jump into the river first, and another immersion would probably finish him off. Hervey cudgelled his brains over this problem, whose only solution seemed to lie in bringing the Kestrel right into the garden steps. He had occasionally done this at high water, though he had all a sailor's dislike of scraped paint. But it was not high water now, or anything like it, though the tide was making by this time. He turned his head and consulted Jeremy. Yes, Jeremy, after survey, thought it might just be possible. With luck. It was better, he opined, to try it than to risk having the skiff upset. Slowly, carefully, therefore, the Kestrel glided toward the steps, and Hervey, who had temporarily laid down the passenger in order to lower the sail, bent rather apprehensively over him to rouse him from his state of semi-coma. "We're going to land you now, but before you go any farther you must have a good night's rest in the house to which we are taking you." "Nous sommes arrivés. On est vraiment en France," exclaimed the young Frenchman joyfully, and he tried to sit up in the bottom of the boat, Hervey hastily moving out of his field of vision. But next moment he relapsed with an exclamation and put his hand over his eyes. "La tête me tourne, and j'ai le vertige." "Shut your eyes, then, and trust to me," said Hervey quickly. This was an unexpected piece of luck, and it was without a twinge that he heard the Kestrel's keel scrape horribly over the rocks at the bottom of the steps. "Now, lend a hand, Jeremy." Together they got the half-dazed fugitive over the side and up the steps, by which time it was sufficiently apparent that he was not only giddy, but quite beyond recognizing his surroundings, as Hervey had feared. Clinging blindly to his guide's arm, he followed his instructions with a rather uncanny obedience, and though at the top of the steps Jeremy relinquished his hold in order to tow the bumping kestrel by means of the skiff to her moorings, Hervey had no difficulty in piloting his charge up the garden by himself. He chose the grass rather than the path, out of consideration for the bare and lacerated feet, but indeed it was like steering a sleepwalker who neither saw nor felt nor spoke, but only smiled in his sleep and manifested a patient docility and confidence which cut Hervey to the heart. At last they were in the hall which had witnessed the metamorphosis of the Spanish girl into the French, and now saw a still more startling transformation. But Mrs. Hannah Jeremy, who happened to be there as they entered from the garden, was not aware of any transformation, for she had no idea that in the half-drowned apparition which her master was supporting, she beheld the memorable visitant of the night before last. But she was so startled at what she saw that she gave a slight scream. "Oh, Lord have mercy!" she ejaculated. "What's this? Who is it?" "A traveller," replied Hervey, for Raoul's problematical benefit. "But he's ill. Get the spare room bed ready at once. At once. There's not a moment to lose. Up with you, and we will follow." One more comprehensive glance did Mrs. Jeremy cast on the two figures, then she mounted the stairs more quickly than Hervey had ever seen her. Much more slowly, and with a great deal of assistance, Raoul de Sablières likewise ascended. But on the landing, just before the 3 shallow steps which led up to the spare bedroom, even the automatic obedience came at last to an end, and but for his captor's encircling arm, he would have crumpled up and slid to the floor. Hervey thereupon lifted him bodily and carried him in his arms over that threshold. Mrs. Jeremy had not quite finished making the bed, so Captain Barrington deposited his burden in the big chair, and went to utter a hasty word of warning. "I picked him up out of the river, Mrs. Jeremy. He was drowning. Had been chased by some brutes with pitchforks. He's the Frenchman who escaped 2 nights ago, and being confused in his mind, he thinks I've brought him back to France. But he understands English perfectly, so be careful what you say." "Oh, pitchforks! And drowning! Have mercy on us!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, but Hervey had the impression that the rest of his admonition had gone like wind over her head. As she tucked in the blankets, she took a quick survey of the pitiful figure trailing in the big chair. "Oh, Lord save us! His poor feet! And his mouth! Whatever have they been doing to him? Oh, he must have a hot drink, and I'll pop a brick into the oven. One moment, sir, while I do that." And before Hervey could stop her, she had whisked out of the room. He was so afraid of undoing his successful work that he carefully avoided the neighbourhood of the chair and went over to the window. But in a very short time he was alarmedly aware that the sleepwalker was showing signs of returning animation and of conjecture. He had pulled himself up a little, and, flushed and coughing, was looking round the room. Hervey, guilt-ridden, shrank further into his corner. Raoul passed his hand once or twice over his eyes, and then, to Captain Barrington's great relief, Mrs. Jeremy reappeared with a kettle of hot water in her hand, and the young Frenchman fixed his gaze on her. Their encounter that night had been so brief that Hervey thought it improbable the one-time guest would recognize her. Very businesslike, Mrs. Jeremy fetched a basin and knelt down by the chair. "I'm going to bathe these feet of yours, my dear," she announced gently, and Raoul, coughing again, lay back and let her do it. "Is Jeremy in yet?" asked Hervey from behind the chair. "I'll just come in, sir." "Oh, dear sakes, here's a nasty cut." "As I came up there was someone at the front door, and I left him to answer it." "Oh, I hope to goodness," Hervey was beginning, half to himself, when there came a solid knock at the bedroom door. Obviously Jeremy in person, so his master went out onto the landing to see what he wanted. "If you please, sir, there's a sergeant of marines downstairs." "A what?" exclaimed Harvey, thunderstruck. "Soldiers, sir, from Plymouth. A sergeant and a couple of marines. The sergeant asking to see you at once, along of this escaped French prisoner was drowned, him having heard as how you had witnessed the affair, sir." For a second or two, Harvey was dumb. A search party from Plymouth, already. He had never contemplated this. A very different business from dealing with a local constable. "Marines," he repeated slowly. "You did not, I hope." But this was one of Jeremy's bright days. "No, sir," he replied complacently. "I says nothing, but no doubt Captain Barrington will see you, if you'll step inside. We comes from Plymouth," he says, then, "been a-looking for this prisoner since Tuesday. A most desperate character," he says, "escaped from the Ganges prison ship." And then he swears a bit, saving your presence, sir, because the man's drowned, and all their trouble for nothing." "Did you corroborate? I mean, did you say the man was drowned?" asked Harvey quickly. "Oh, not I, sir. And for all the sergeant knows, I've been in the garden since morning, a-picking of cabbages." "Where is the sergeant?" asked Harvey, his heart sinking lower and lower. "Oh, in the hall, sir. The marines stayed outside. Seemed to me it was best to let him in, willing-like." Harvey nodded. "Yes, you're quite a diplomat," he said, but mirthlessly. "I will go down and see him. You did very properly in not committing yourself about the drowning, because now I shall have to extricate myself somehow from that lie." He mused a moment, his hand on the banisters. "Now tell me, Jeremy, do you consider that, with the tide running out, as it was, it would sound plausible, especially to a man who probably doesn't know the river mouth, if I said that though the Frenchman sank, and I believed him drowned, I found him shortly afterwards cast up alive on the ledges? You know where I mean." "Why, yes, Captain Barrington," returned Jeremy admiringly, "and just about where he would have been. Like the man as was washed overboard from the Falmouth bark near the Whalesback last winter. Couldn't say as that mightn't well have been, sir, seeing as I suppose you've got to account for the Frenchies being in the house, and then give him up." "Well, what else can I do?" asked Harvey, more of himself than of Jeremy. "What else can I do?" "I'll tell your wife in there the bed will not be needed, after all. She's not to put him in it. But she must find him some clothes, some warm clothes, and she had better bandage his feet before he leaves." And with bent head he started to go very slowly down the stairs. And as he went, he felt that he would sooner be going to face arrest on his own account. But instead of that, he was going to surrender the boy who had lain helpless in his arms for the last hour, whom he had not allowed to die by the merciful clean death he had chosen, but whom he had lured by a heartless trick under his own roof again. A boy almost dead from exhaustion and ill usage. And yet again, what choice had he? Even if he had not worn the king's uniform himself, it was felony now to assist the escape of a prisoner of war, though indeed it was not the very remote prospect of transportation which weighed with him, but the certain wreckage of his own deeply threatened career. For he had by no means given up hope of his restoration to the active list. He had influential friends who considered him most unjustly treated, and held that the time would certainly come when he would be reinstated. It would never come if he followed his instincts now. He might as well send in his papers at once. Moreover, personal considerations quite apart, it was his plain duty as an Englishman to do what he was going to do. Down and down he went, as slowly as an old man. A broken enemy, his victim already, enticed into an elusive security, and then immediately, in cold blood, handed over to... what? Pah! It sickened him. But perhaps he could at least prevail on the sergeant to wait for a couple of days before taking the prisoner off, to wait till tomorrow even. The fugitive could not be dragged away tonight. It would be his death warrant. Yet he was, technically, still on his feet, and the man would be perfectly within his rights in insisting on his removal. It depended, then, on the personal character of this sergeant of marines, whether an appeal to him would be of any use. And the moment he set eyes on him, Hervey knew that it would be of none. Chapter 7. I have the honour to report. Quote, "Is there such depravity in man as that he should injure another without benefit to himself?" End quote. Rasselas, chapter 9. He came forward, saluting with much respect, as Captain Barrington descended the last stairs into the hall. It was not likely, of course, that he would show anything else to a naval officer of Hervey's rank. But he had a hard, brutal mouth, a hard eye. "Sorry to trouble you, sir," he said briskly. "Your man has no doubt told you what we've come about." "Yes," said Hervey, "and there was no use in beating about the bush. This matter of the French prisoner, I understand. How did you come to connect me with it?" "Like this, sir," responded the sergeant. "Having tracked him on Wednesday nearly as far as Stowey. He was got up as a girl, cunning young devil. We lost trace of him, owing, I fancy, to an accident to the Taunton coach that evening. He seems to have disappeared entirely after that, thrown off his woman's gear, no doubt. And we went off on a wild goose chase as far as Widford. Thinks I then, finding it a false track, my gentleman's perhaps lying low in Stowey, or near it, all the while, waiting his chance of a boat. No doubt, there's a bit of smuggling goes on there. So I brought my party back. But hardly had we got back to Stowey before a farm lad comes up to me in a hurry and says they've got a suspicious character at their farm, down by the mouth of the river, on the other side. Had already come there yesterday evening, when he sold his shoes for a meal, and now again, begging for another and offering to work for it. The first time they thought nothing of it, but before he came the second time, they had heard as there was a prisoner escaped from Plymouth and a party after him. So, by what this boy says, this time they had locked him up in a barn, all ready for us to nab, thinking the reward as good as in their pockets, I reckon. Down the river again we went, sir, and got there too late. My fine fellow had taken the alarm, broken out, made for the river, and, well, I suppose, Captain Barrington, you know best in what port of Davy Jones's locker he's likely to be now. For they told us at the farm that it was you, sir, in your sailing boat, as saw him drown. Trying to pick him up, I dare say, sir." "Yes," said Hervey slowly. "I was trying to pick him up, but I was too late." He suddenly perceived that the door from the garden had been left open when he had brought in the drowned man not half an hour ago. He went over and shut it. "Well, sir," continued the marine, "as things are, if the young devil had drowned when he swam the Hamouse on Tuesday, as it's thought he did, it would have saved a deal of trouble, besides being a warning to the others. It has happened with an escaping prisoner before now," he added explanatorily, "that his dead body has fetched up on a mud bank, and a few weeks of him laying there, with only the gulls to attend to him." "Oh, you don't mean to say," broke in Hervey, turning round at the door in disgust, "and that his body would be left there on purpose? But when you shoot a polecat or a weasel, sir, you nail him up as a warning, and don't think nothing of it." "I imagined we were speaking now of human beings," retorted Captain Barrington freezingly. "Oh, if you were in command of a prison ship, sir, you'd think different, saving your respect. A stinking vermin, that's what they are. And if I had my way, I'd soon stop escaping. With a cat and nine tails. But we aren't allowed to touch him that way, though a good honest British tar gets it as soon as look at you. Begging your pardon for the freedom, sir, you being a navy officer." "Oh, there are some things you're not allowed to do to the prisoners, then?" inquired Hervey. His tone evidently puzzled the marine. "Oh, I don't quite rightly know what you mean, sir. Short of mutiny, we mayn't lay a finger on them. That's not to say they don't have some pretty stiff punishments among themselves." Hervey was still standing by the door, looking hard at the speaker. Yes, this man would no doubt abide by the letter of the regulations, but what about his obedience to their spirit, when he had the cunning young devil, as he had called him, in his hands? And no superior officer, and a sick and injured prisoner, against whom he was already incensed. And there was opportunity for a good deal between here and Plymouth. "And what is it you want me to do?" he asked. "Anything, to gain time to think." And the sergeant of marines replied promptly, and as it were ingratiatingly, "Oh, if you would be so good, sir, as to give me an account of what happened down the river, and perhaps a bit of paper, an affidavit, like. And then when we get back to Plymouth, there'll be no suggesting that we gave up when we might have got him if we had gone on. Because when a man's dead, he's dead, and if it's by drowning, no one can say the body must be produced, and I understand the tide was running out strong. So if you were to write it down, sir, the captain of the Ganges could make his report to the transport office, your evidence being quite sufficient for him, and particularly as he is only of lieutenant's rank." "I see," said Hervey. All unprepared, he stood face to face with the gravest decision of his life. This man, however disappointed he might be, had evidently no shadow of doubt as to his informant's veracity, and they would take his word as unquestioningly at Plymouth, and, yes, in London too, despite the mark against his name. He stood in no immediate danger if he lied. It was when the truth came out afterwards, for it would be almost a miracle if it did not, that his ruin would be complete. Well, he had only to say, with a little forced jocularity, "Oh, after all your trouble, Sergeant, you will be glad to learn that your prisoner is not drowned. For, though he sank before my eyes, I picked him up later. That he's in the house at the moment, and that, as my duty to my king and country bids me, I invite you to go upstairs and take him." The speech arranged, rehearsed itself in Hervey's brain. He saw beforehand the cruel light it would bring into those hard, reddened eyes. No, it was physically impossible to utter it. Instead, he asked, a little hoarsely, "Oh, how much of what I saw, do you want in writing?" "Oh, very little, sir," said the sergeant apologetically. "Just a few lines, and your signature, if you please. I'm ashamed to trouble you, but if I only take back a verbal report, I reckon that the authorities would write to you for confirmation of the story. But if I hand in a written one, you won't likely be troubled further." "Oh, quite so," said Hervey dryly. "Well, sit down then, and I will report the matter." The pursuer sat down in the very chair occupied by his quarry during his successive incarnations 2 nights ago, and Hervey Barrington, seizing a sheet of paper from the writing table in the corner, had the honour to report on the death by drowning on the afternoon of August 13th of a French prisoner of war escaped from the Ganges prison ship at Plymouth, which death he had witnessed, and signed away his good name and his self-respect, asking himself all the time why he was doing it, and unable to find any answer, except that he could not do the other thing. "Oh, thank you kindly, sir," said the Marine, taking the paper with a salute and disposing it inside his tunic. "Oh, that will be quite enough to show that I have not failed in my duty. My men are waiting outside. Good evening, sir." Feeling no desire to have his health drunk by this man, Captain Barrington abstained from giving him a shilling for the purpose, and a minute later he and his 2 subordinates were marching down the road in the twilight. From his doorstep, Hervey watched them go, empty-handed. No, not empty-handed. He had given them, in exchange for the boy upstairs, something very costly indeed. His signature to a lie. Coming in again, he rang the bell for Jeremy. "I've sent the escort away again," he announced curtly, "with a written statement that I saw the prisoner drown. I was not disposed to give him up in his present condition." He took a turn up and down, while the ex-coxswain was speechless. "You realize, of course, Jeremy, what a serious step I've taken. For if it comes out in any way that I am concealing the prisoner here, even from the most humane motives, I am ruined, utterly." "Yes, sir," said Jeremy, his face taking on profounder shades of alarm. "Oh, Captain Barrington, you didn't ought to have done it. Indeed you didn't." "I know that," replied his master grimly. "But it is done now, and I must abide by it. We must use the greatest caution that no word of the young man's presence here leaks out before we can get rid of him. Of course, if you feel that you ought to inform against me—" "Oh, Captain Barrington, sir, how can he talk like that?" ejaculated the good Jeremy, deeply hurt. "Me that been shipmates with you, saving your presence, sir, since—" No, I beg your pardon, Jeremy," said Hervey quickly. "I ought not to have said that, though I'm not sure whether it is not your duty to lay information, all the same. However, if it comes out, you will not incur blame, acting as you do under my orders. I must speak to Mrs. Jeremy at once, and see that she understands the situation and keeps her mouth shut. Is she in the kitchen?" "No, sir. She'm upstairs, terrible took up with a young man. I see she'm for cosseting him proper." A slight smile illuminated the gloom of Jeremy's features. "Shall I fetch her down, sir?" "No, I'll go up to her," said Hervey. "I am glad to hear that she has taken to him. He will certainly need care." Up he went, and entered the spare bedroom. Not only was the fugitive ensconced in bed, contrary to orders, but the apartment had somehow taken on the aspect of a sick room already. And Mrs. Jeremy, the complete nurse, was bending over the dark head on the pillow. "Now, my dear," he heard her say, "do we lay quiet and go to sleep? You've no call to fidget like that, nor to cough neither. Do you want me, sir?" But once out on the landing with her master, she gave him no opportunity to tell her what it was he required her for. "I've put him to bed, sir, knowing that's what you'd wish." Hervey's eyebrows went up, unnoticed. "And I've taken the liberty of putting on him one of your old nightshirts. But he's very feverish and restless, sir, and won't touch the good hot milk I have for him. And yet by the body of him, he's been more than half starved lately. What to do with that wrist of his, I don't know, seeing as he can't bear a finger laid on it, and yet—" "Yes, Mrs. Jeremy," interrupted Hervey, obliged to dam the stream. "But I want first to speak to you on another aspect of this matter. I've got rid of the soldiers who came here after him, by repeating, in writing, my assertion that I saw him drown." "Oh, well, sir," returned Mrs. Jeremy easily, "and I'm sure that was the best thing to do. I knew you would send them away." "How the deuce you did!" exclaimed Captain Barrington, staring at the prophetess. "Do you realize what a very grave step?" But for the first time in his knowledge of her, Mrs. Jeremy did not accord him her whole attention while he was speaking. "Oh, there's that nasty cough again!" she exclaimed. "Oh, excuse me, sir. I'll be out again in a moment." With that she whisked back into the room, leaving her employer almost gasping. "Oh, well," he thought grimly, "if I can induce her to bestow half the care in keeping his presence hidden that she is evidently going to lavish on the young gentleman himself, I shall be fortunate." He waited, though he hardly expected her to reappear, but reappear she did, when the sound of coughing within had ceased. "Oh, look here, Mrs. Jeremy," said Hervey with determination. "Perhaps I've not made it clear to you that this young Frenchman is the same as he who got out from this room by the window the night before last." "Oh, of course, if you say so, sir," returned Mrs. Jeremy with an air of respectful unbelief. The person who, I'm told, climbed onto the roof." "Yes," reiterated Captain Barrington, "the male person who climbed onto the roof, and who, as you see, injured his wrist over the business. And that person was, and is, an escaped French prisoner from the hulks at Plymouth, and as his presence here, which I have tacitly denied, is strictly illegal, it must be kept absolutely secret, even more for my own sake than for his." "I was never a gossip, sir," replied Mrs. Jeremy with great dignity. and her master answering briefly that he was aware of it, she suggested that he should come in and have another look at the rescued man. But that Hervey declined to do, lest he should be recognized, and the Frenchman tried to climb out of the window again. He had better not enter the room, and only hoped the ex-captive would not remember the room itself. "Oh, Lord, sir," replied Mrs. Jeremy, "he's beyond that now. He has no idea where he is, I'm sure, beyond being thankful to be in a bed, and poor young man. How very feverish he is, and—" There was no point in hearing all that again. "Well, do your best for him," cut in Hervey hastily. "And remember, not a word about his being here." With that, he retired from the interview. A cold and not particularly appetizing supper was served to him a little later by Jeremy, whose spouse was evidently too much occupied with the new arrival to provide anything hot. Hervey, however, did not grumble at this absorption. He had an absorption of his own, if it came to that. For though he sat down afterwards with a book, he could not read. He meditated on what, with his eyes open, he had done that evening. He sat there, a perjured man, a fool, almost a traitor. Yet at bottom he was quite unrepentant. He knew what he would be feeling like if he had done his duty, and somehow he might be able to get rid of the fugitive later on without exciting suspicion. He took up his book and resolutely read a page. And then Mrs. Jeremy came in. "Oh, if you please, sir, may Jeremy go at once for Dr. Hills?" "Oh, go for Dr. Hills!" exclaimed Hervey, turning round. "No, certainly he may not. You don't grasp the situation yet, Mrs. Jeremy, and that's evident. If that young man's presence gets known in Stowey, don't you understand? I thought I'd sufficiently explained my delicate position." "Yes, sir, and I'm sure I wouldn't wish you to get into trouble, but a doctor he must have." "Oh, a doctor he can't have," reiterated Hervey. "He must do without one." And thinking that this decree sounded harsher than he intended, he added, "Oh, you see, if the authorities knew that he was here, they would have him off back to the hulks in no time. So the precaution is really for his own sake." Mrs. Jeremy looked down and pleated her spotless apron, a sure and rare sign of distress. "He'd better even go back to the hulks, sir, than be taken out of the house in a coffin." And she sniffed. "Oh, don't be absurd, Mrs. Jeremy." But she had alarmed him. "The young man has got a touch of fever, no doubt, from the exposure, but a day or two's care." "Oh, it's more than that, sir, begging your pardon. It's more like what my own brother died of, after 3 days, begun in just the same way, with a terrible fit of shivering. It come on when you was having your supper, sir. The whole bed shaking with it. And now he's coughing and crying out with the pain of it every now and then, and that changed already, you'd hardly know him. If you can say what to do for him without a doctor, sir, I'm sure I'd be only too thankful. But I don't know." Hervey put down his book and went upstairs. It was quite true. De Sablières did look most alarmingly ill, and in the short time was extraordinarily changed. He lay curled up on his side with a hot flush on one cheek, breathing very fast, and his air of lassitude had given place to one of intense disquiet. Every now and again he was shaken by a short, dry cough, which seemed to give him great pain. Mrs. Jeremy went to him. His eyes, with her bright, strained glance, followed her as she moved. "Ah, maman, j'ai tellement mal," he said, like a sick child. "Oh, maman." Mrs. Jeremy, bending compassionately over him, took his restless hand between her own and stroked it. "Oh, what does he mean, sir?" she asked, in a whisper. "Is it anything I can do?" "Oh, you are doing all you can, Mrs. Jeremy," replied Hervey, biting his lip. "He wants his mother." He turned away. "I'm going for a doctor." "Oh, but not for Dr. Hills, who attends everybody," he added mentally, as he ran down the stairs. and any doctor's presence here will have to be accounted for somehow. Oh, I have it. I will see if I can dig Alexander Touchwood out of his shells and fossils. People hardly realize that he is a doctor, yet I believe that, for all his eccentricities, he was very well thought of before he gave up his practice. If he will undertake it, nobody would think anything of his visiting here. Yes, but you see, Touchwood, I'd rather you knew nothing, for your own sake, he was repeating a quarter of an hour later, in that gentleman's phenomenally untidy study. Oh, heaven knows that it isn't that I fear your discretion. If you'll only come and look at him, and ask no questions. Oh, my dear Barrington, said the geologist, shutting up Brander's Fossilia Hantonensia. Oh, you might give me credit for some human qualities. I'm not a fossil myself, if I do collect them. Curiosity, my dear fellow, curiosity about my neighbour's affairs, lodges here. He thumped his lean breast, and just as much as in any old maid. Oh, I'll come, as you ask me. But I'll come quicker if you will tell me why I am to have my eyes blindfolded, and swear secrecy on a skull and crossbones, and write a prescription in blood. Oh, half annoyed, Hervey laughed. Oh, I never made any such ridiculous stipulations, he replied. I only thought that if I were run in for what I'm doing. Ha! Exclaimed Mr. Alexander Touchwood in a joyful tone, and he rose with alacrity from his crowded table. Oh, just what I was wanting, something to take my thoughts off the follies of Werner and the Neptunists in general. I should like to be run in with you, Barrington. You'd be so dignified over it. Now, out with it. Why are we likely to share a cell in Newgate? Have it your own way, then, said Hervey, and gave him the particulars of the cruise of the Kestrel and what she had brought home from it. The Frenchman's previous residence under his roof, and his method of leaving the latter, he decided for the moment to suppress. Tall, bright-eyed, prematurely wrinkled, Mr. Touchwood listened with attention. Oh, to put a name to your crime, it sounds more like body-snatching than anything else. And you say your good housekeeper is alarmed at the young man's condition. Oh, I am alarmed myself, confessed Hervey. But if you will be so extremely kind as to come and have a look at him. Oh, I can't cure with a look, you know, returned Mr. Touchwood, lifting an old coat off a heap of dusty books, and tipping some ammonites out of a depressed hat. Oh, gad, it's touching, the faith you laymen exhibit. And what if I've forgotten all I ever knew? De Sablières was worse than when Hervey had left, his breathing still quicker. And there was a stain, too, on the pillow. The opponent of Werner dropped his bantering manner the moment his eyes fell on him, and his face became grave. "How this looks as if we had our work cut out," he observed, in a low tone. At the end of a brief examination, he led Hervey to a corner of the room. "Oh, I shall stay the night here, Barrington, if you'll allow me." He was purely the doctor now. "Oh, is it as serious as that?" asked Hervey, considerably taken aback. "Oh, it is very serious indeed, my dear Barrington, and won't be a short business, either. If he pulls through, that is. Of course, he may go off the hooks within the next day or two, but we must hope for a fight. Only he doesn't look. Oh, but you can never tell." "What is it?" asked Hervey, unhappily. "A congestion of the lungs, and a bad case of it. It's only just beginning, too, and poor fellow,